We're all set? All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association's second annual Southside Summit. We are so delighted to be with you this morning and through this afternoon. This year's summit is really all about the fact that as a neighborhood association and as a community partner, we realize that we do not take steps to try to build a better and healthier and well community alone, that there are so many people out here in our community doing amazing work. So many of those people we won't get a chance to talk to today, of course, but we do have a sampling of people who are committed and dedicated to serving our community in a variety of ways by raising their voices. Specifically this year, I think that we believe that it is important to help us to be reminded and to center the impact that persons who identify as women, and specifically women of color, is playing in so many different spaces in our community, from environmental and climate justice to housing justice and everything in between. We are delighted to have some amazing women with us today to kind of help explore those issues a little bit more closely through their eyes and through the work that they're doing in service of us individually and collectively. So without further ado, before I jump into things and before I forget, I should do a quick acknowledgement. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association and alongside the amazing and phenomenal women that I get to work with every day, Ashley Bradford, Hannah Kamath, Christina Beck, and Julia Holbert, welcome to the second annual Southside Summit, where we get to be reminded and come together about all of the amazing community partners and work that's taking place to serve us and to help us to have a stronger and more vibrant and more eclectic community, not only now, but for generations to come. Our first guest is Josna Harris, and she is a storytelling activist when it comes to climate justice. I'm gonna go ahead and read her bio, and then I'm gonna invite her into this space with me onto the stage. Oh, and I should say, I wanna thank our dear friends, Pillsbury House and Theater. That is who has allowed us to be in their space today, to be with you wherever you might be. Pillsbury House and Theater is located right at the corner of 35th and Chicago and has served our community deeply and in a variety of ways for dozens of years. And so we appreciate their leadership and for allowing us to be here. So again, our first guest, Josna Harris, has 7 years of experience building capacity for the climate justice movement. Most recently as the Director of Special Projects and Partnerships at Climate Generation, designing, implementing award-winning climate change programs that are rooted in community and center personal narrative and other value-based ways that resonate. Josna led the creative process for and co-edited the book Eyewitness, Minnesota Voices on Climate Change, an anthology of community-sourced stories, poems, and art, and developed a campaign that utilized the book to build public will and share testimony with legislators to help move climate justice policy. Josna is an independent consultant for climate storytelling and other climate-related projects. She currently serves on the Great Northern Board of Directors. In her spare time, as if she has it, Josna is a small-scale organic farmer and proud member of the Midwest Farmers of Color Collective. Woo! Without further ado, join me in welcoming Josna Harris to the stage. Josna, thank you so much for being with us this morning, certainly for helping us to kick off day 2 of the Southside Summit right here in South Minneapolis. We are delighted to have you.
Thank you for having me here. I'm delighted to be here.
Okay, so we have a lot to get to today, and to really help the community and myself in particular in this space to better understand not only some of your journey and the impact and how you see climate justice and the need for us to be more aware of climate justice. But before we get into some of the specifics, wondering if you could help us to understand your personal narrative around climate justice and what brings you to this work.
Well, thank you so much again for having me here. And I've been working with really thousands of people to help them find their narratives of climate change, but not often people ask me what my own climate story is, and it has actually taken me a long time to write it, but I did this summer, and so I'm really glad that you asked me that question. Excellent. And I have it on my phone here, so if you bear with me, I'm going to read it, and it's about 5 minutes long. Finding my place. Finding my place. Sometimes I farm in the cool of the night, moonlight illuminating my steps. Surroundings familiar, yet transformed by the dark, shadowy silhouettes of the forest, with edges dotted by the glow of fireflies. With senses awake, I breathe in the sweet, earthy air, the sound of spring peepers, a chorus, echoing up from the nearby ravine. My grandmother, Dinaba Vasantraj, was a farmer in rural India, but I only learned of that story a few years ago. I imagine her strong and determined, standing in the rice fields, but I cannot ask her now that she is gone. I learned that she stopped farming when her son, my uncle, drowned at the age of 13 in a well in their village. The trauma and pain were too great. It prompted her to move away, to start a new life, and to not look back. I am certain that there are many stories like this that I have not known from those who came before me, and that hold clues to the person that I am and why it can sometimes feel hard to find my place. I have always been hesitant to call myself a farmer. Each spring, my husband, Rashid, and I work side by side preparing the garden beds, working the land, and it is a peaceful bliss. Our children are Black and East Indian, and we affectionately call ourselves Blindian. I am absolutely certain that we are truly our ancestors' wildest dreams. Neither one of us grew up growing food, but in 2011, our whole family had a chance to learn more through WOOF, Worldwide Opportunities on Organic Farms, which is an exchange program, where we stayed on 2 organic family farms in Italy. Farming wasn't the goal, but it was a chance to step outside of our comfort zone, to experience something different, to play and see new sights. It was in Italy that I learned about the beauty of planting by the moon. One of our hosts, Alessia Bansi, adamantly told me that the gravitational pull of the moon governed plant movement, just as tides in the ocean. And that night we went out on the hillside and planted carrot seeds in tight rows in the light of the bright full moon. And whether folklore or truth, the pure magic of it stayed with me. It was also on this adventure that I felt a discernment to pursue a career transition from corporate America to work on the climate crisis. And now, 10 years later, I stand in the garden, watering new seedlings early in the morning by hand before the intensity of the sun breaks to scorch their tender bodies. But still, I am sweating, and I notice that the ground is already parched. Since planting this year's crops, we have experienced a record-breaking heat wave, the warmest June in Minnesota history. I wonder if our future food will be able to withstand the heat. I wonder if my grandmother worried what she worried about, if she prayed for the rains to come. I wonder if she planted by the moonlight, not out of magic, but out of necessity. These are the sorts of curious questions that come when I am in the garden. I recently heard that we simultaneously carry the blood of our ancestors and the seeds of future generations. And I think about how this is true for every living being. Some of the most difficult and rewarding work to be done is to expand the understanding of who should be part of the climate conversation, because all of us are connected to the climate crisis. I have often been one of the only people of color in the room in climate change spaces, and it has made me want to keep showing up, and in a fierce way, to challenge the idea of who an environmentalist is and whose stories are told. Last year, I was at a college campus facilitating the Talk Climate Institute, a 2-day transformative training on building confidence talking about climate change. And during a break, a student came up to me and said, "I just wanted to tell you that it means the world to me to see someone who looks like me leading in this work." It was a moment of awakening for me to realize that I can play an important role to help others see themselves as climate leaders.
Finding my place is a process, as it is for all of us. And I and we must find the right path over and over again. I tend to gravitate towards the voices of artists, musicians, poets, and storytellers as teachers to make meaning of the path, to learn from other ways of knowing. I was once told that I bring the flowery elements to climate change engagement, and I didn't take it as a compliment at that time. But since then, I have realized that we need the flowers, and in fact, they are a critical component. They play an essential and dynamic role in our ecosystem. In Sanskrit, my name Jyotsna means moonlight, and Nalini means lotus flower. So my name means lotus flower in the moonlight. It has taken me 4 decades to understand that I have a unique place in our ecosystem, and that my namesake holds clues of great meaning to who I am. Interestingly, the lotus flower blooms in the most unlikely of places, typically in murky water, literally pushing through mud to bud and grow. Occasionally, it blossoms under the moonlight, its translucent petals outstretched and illuminated. It symbolizes new beginnings, strength, and feminine energy. To plant a seed is both science and art, intuition driven by distant memories from another life, wisdom from ancestors. And so I farm, because for me it is a process of faith. I know that a seed that is planted is only hidden beneath the soil and out of view for a short while, and with the right care and tending, the new growth and bud will be our future food to nourish us.
Wow. Can I just, I don't want to clap in terms of trying to appropriate or take your story, but I think that I want to thank you for creating such a beautiful space on this ground, on this land, in this moment, and to share your truth. I think that is not probably easy to do, so thank you. And such a beautiful gift, not only to how we are going to hopefully lead into the rest of the conversation. I think what comes up for me, Jyotsna, right away, that I'm hoping that you can share a little bit of with us is, what was the process like for you in taking the time to write your climate story, your climate justice story, and did you have to come back to it, or were you able to get all of that down in one sitting?
No, that was definitely a process, and I think one of the things that we have discounted for a long time is the emotion that is so present when we are learning about and understanding and dealing with the climate crisis. And so for me, this was a process of healing to find my narrative of climate change in a way that speaks to my unique identity as a person and also my experience of climate change. And I think that is often missing because for a long time, the way that we've talked about climate change has been mostly from a scientific perspective, about the research and the data, but it's missing our humanity, and really putting that all into context is important. And when we lose sight of how people are experiencing climate change on the ground, the vulnerability that they feel and the insecurities and naming the emotions that come up, you're missing a whole part of the picture. And so to include that creates an opportunity for broader and richer understanding about what makes up the climate crisis, who's involved, and it also gives people a chance to feel like they can be part of it and have something to say, no matter who they are.
Well, that's wonderful, and it really answers one of probably the next question that I had, is in terms of why is storytelling important or essential, and how we think about climate change and climate justice acts to bring the climate justice. And so what I would ask then is, in your own personal story, there was movement. There was this historical reflection. You referenced your grandmother. You talked about your current connection to the land, and you talked about what you hope that it represents for your children, and even the act of farming and what that brings to you. And then there was the concern, too, in your story. And I guess I would ask you, is there any one of those movements that were harder or more challenging to reflect on given with all what most of the data would suggest is an imminent right change in not only what is already taking place with our climate, but in terms of how it will affect our future stories. So meaning, was the history and thinking about the hands of your grandmother or the hands of your children, what might, I ask, felt either more challenging or difficult to consider as you penned your own narrative?
Well, it's so interesting because even after working on climate change for so many years, I still felt like I didn't know if I had a climate story, and I didn't know if my climate story would be powerful enough. And I think that is really reflective of a lot of people that can relate to not feeling like they have the credibility or the expertise, or maybe they feel like an imposter talking about something that they don't feel like they're close enough to. But I think that is so important because we all need to boost our confidence talking about these really important issues, because we all want to see the result and the outcome that we desperately need. And so the confidence piece, breaking through the imposter syndrome to realize that yes, you do have a climate story and what you have to say is important and your voice is powerful, seems maybe simple, but to actually do it, it requires you to step into your own confidence. And then this is only the second time publicly that I've shared my climate story, and so my voice is shaky, and I'm nervous telling it, but something happens. It is like planting a seed. When you put it out there and you demonstrate that vulnerability, it connects to people in a much quicker way and builds community much faster than any of the scientific research or data will ever do.
If we wasn't in the midst of a pandemic, I'd get up and hug you. So just please receive all the warm vibes from over here. I mean, I think that what you've done for me, and I hope that you've done for others that are listening, is to affirm that we are all experts in this moment. And that I am so in love with your framing about how important narrative is, and remembering your moments in this life, in this world, in this space as powerful as the numbers, as powerful as being a climatologist. I mean, you have helped me to feel, at least in this moment, that my narrative is worthy of centering the change that is needed. So let me ask you this: what if, when you're sharing and helping and coaching and consulting people, with people to think about how to tap into their own personal climate story, their connections to the environment, what are some of the tips that you give them to begin to think about how they might approach it, and certainly from a place of practice? Because I think that for me, what's coming up is that I have more than one story, and that I will continue to have a story that I need to kind of check in on. So what and how do you encourage, coach, consult people to think about that for themselves?
Well, I think, it goes back to like who is an expert and who is credible to be able to talk about climate change. And I think when we break away from that, we realize it's much more, a story is much more than a case study or an academic piece or an article, an op-ed. It is something that's really personal and connected to what you care about, and it speaks the why that you have behind why you want to do something about it. And so I think the questions that I tend to gravitate more towards when I'm prompting other people to find their own narrative of climate change are the really personal ones that don't necessarily have anything to do with climate change. But if we really understand what climate change is all about, we understand that it's deeply interconnected with racial justice, economic justice, health disparities. It's not in isolation that we're thinking about the environment and climate, because it's literally connected to everything that we care about. So I think those personal questions, I can always draw back and connect to climate, and that is, when I'm thinking about, we have less than 10 years to effectively address climate change at the scale and urgency that it deserves. And I have had to ask myself, where are my gifts and talents and skills going to be the most useful and the most meaningful in this moment that we're in? And I do feel called to be able to help everyday people connect to this issue and to and it's a powerful advocacy tool because it is your testimony. And that kind of leads into the book that you were talking about before.
Eyewitness.
Yes, Eyewitness, Minnesota Voices on Climate Change. But our stories become the foundation for lots of creative opportunities, sharing your testimony with legislators, creating an artwork, a theatrical piece, sharing as an op-ed, talking to people, friends and families, people that maybe aren't there yet. It kind of bends the ear in a different way for people to listen, rather than starting with the argument or starting with the facts, because it can shut down the conversation really quickly, depending on who you're talking to. So when you start with what you care about and who you are as a person, it changes the way that we're talking about it, reframes the opportunity about what this is really all about.
So that's wonderful. So before I go any further, so about this book that you co-edited and helped to co-create and envision, so Eyewitness, Minnesota Voices on Climate Change, help everyone that's here and who's listening understand where they might be able to find it, and or if they need to come directly to you to access it. We can certainly facilitate transactional purchases as well in service of the book that you helped to co-create. So maybe that is if you could share with a little bit about that.
Yes, so Eyewitness Minnesota Voices on Climate Change is a book that Climate Generation put together, and it's an anthology book of people from all across the state of Minnesota sharing their personal experiences of climate change through stories, poetry, and artwork. And you can find that book at climateeyewitness.org. And it's we needed to set the price at $4.99 so that we could gift it to legislators, because that's the whole goal, is to galvanize the public when they hear these stories to realize they have stories too, and also to build the political will that we need to move just solutions to climate change.
Right. So maybe a few more questions, so just bear with me. So I think that right now in this moment, we are all wondering, really practically, what can we do? And I think that sometimes it feels like there's a variety of messages about what can we do. And I think that this feels tangible in terms of knowing your story, understanding for yourself your story and your connection to climate, to our world around us. And so I would just ask, how would people, in your opinion, approach naming their narrative for themselves? And especially, I think, from your lens as a woman of color, a person who identifies as a woman of color, and again, the historical connections from your, cultural and ethnic connections with your grandmother and your current blended family. What did you call it?
Blendian.
The Blendians. The Blendians. You're gonna start a whole new Blendian movement. But just help me understand, for you, how are you going to continue to help others to do a little bit of what you've done? What does that look like? How can people begin to tap into their story?
Yeah, well, I would say really it just takes making space for yourself to take the time to sit down with your thoughts. And it may be a journey that needs to unfold for you, but when we're talking about different ways to act and move, one of the most powerful ways is to be able to talk to other people and join with other people to realize that you are not alone in your care and concern. And that really understanding that many of our Minnesota legislators are not there yet, and they're still making the argument that their constituents, their community does not care about climate change. And so I think when people share their stories to their legislator, it demonstrates that yes, indeed, we do care, and we are demanding bold action on climate justice, and these are the ways that you can act on that. And so I think we're not there yet, where we have seen the ambitious types of victories that we need to have on the policy front, but it's moving, and there's a lot more opportunity for the climate movement in general to be equitable and inclusive of all people, and that's really how we're going to get there, is through collective action. So I do, individual actions are great, and they help the person to realize that this is important and I can make an impact, but it's when we join with other people and really push for the types of changes that we need to see, is really where I feel most powerful. I feel the most agency in being able to talk to other people and realize that I'm not alone and there's a whole lot of other people that care about this.
I think that's a wonderful point, and I think it's one of the reasons why we wanted to hear from so many community partners who have had such rich and deep experiences partnering and collaborating, not only with other individuals, but with groups and organizations. And considering your most recent experience with Climate Generation and in your role, and considering partnerships that you help to cultivate, can you kind of help share with people, from your perspective, just some of the organizations that if they were looking for a place, a way to help build collective action, right? Who's helping to do that work? So in addition to understanding your truth, knowing your climate story, and being willing at some point to share it if you're so called, in the midst of that, what other organizations and groups might people consider researching and becoming connected to mobilize and to build that positive pressure on our elected and our appointed leaders to really be bold in the types of actions that we need to see in order to take advantage of what this 10-year window that you just mentioned, in terms of us actually having a chance to undo some of the harm that we've done presently?
Well, there is, I will point to Climate Generation, a Will Steger legacy, at climategen.org. But part of, really the work that we need to do in the climate movement is understanding that collaborations are critical and partnerships are key. And the way that we facilitate those relationships cannot be transactional. They have to be reciprocal and built on trust. And that's really hard, deep work. And I would say that in the climate movement in general, there is a great opportunity to actually reimagine the way that we do things, because the way that this problem is rooted in like a mindset of building oneself up or building a brand or lining one's pockets, and it cannot be the path to fix this problem. That we actually need to work in coalition, in collaboration, in relationship, in respect with one another, and that is not present everywhere in the movement. And so that is some of the most difficult work, I think, to have happen. Is we tend to think linearly in the society about the outcome, but it's more like a circle. And because we can get to the outcome, we can get to a certain degree mark, but if along the way we don't have climate justice and we leave people behind, what is that going to result in?
Man, I love that so much, and I feel like I could talk to you all day, because here's what I would pull forward, is that what you just shared from your lens and all of the identities that you possess is something I deeply agree with. I deeply agree with the idea that we have to be willing to imagine that the moments that we want of change and impact might actually cost us something, that our blessing might be in a lessening, that we might need to have less in order to have more, and that the organizations and the way that we do things might be a part of the thing that needs to change in order for us to have the impact that we desire. And I think that what I would bring forward even right now is that sometimes, even right in this season, there's so much focus, right, or proclamations around the importance of BIPOC voices, BIPOC leaders. I'm sure you get that and hear that quite a bit. And yet sometimes I think when we are being very clear and as succinct as possible about the types of disruptions that are needed, it's still met with resistance. And I think that that just is indicative of so much work that we have to do. And I guess maybe my last question to you, in part, and really it's not the last, it's second to last, is do you have thoughts on what we can do to make this idea of not needing to be not just transactional, not always being a part of the organization that leads, not always needing to be in the position of benefiting, right, financially or otherwise? How do we make that attractive? Because I find, and I believe in collaboration and coalition and collective building work. I think it is essential to even the steps that PP&A tries to take. But I also realize that sometimes I'm in spaces, I'm at tables where even changing our behavior as community-centered organizations or groups, the change that's needed there is not necessarily welcome. Do you have any thoughts on how do we make that notion, that idea, more attractive or appreciated for what it could do to what we're trying to achieve?
I have a lot of thoughts about that. I'm trying
Go
to think
for it.
about what I should say. I mean, when I think about the people who've dominated the conversation in a way that has damaged our collective narrative, I really do believe they need to get out of the way. And I think it's really emotional work to really consider doing things differently and having the hard conversations that it's going to need to take, because a lot of this is rooted in white supremacy culture and thinking. And we cannot operate in that system because that is a system that got us into this problem. And we need to be willing to allow space for other people to not only be represented, but to shift the power to people who are leading in a different way. And I think that is a way that we will be able to reimagine radically what a different future could look like, because none of us know what it's going to take to get there. And so we need to have a new vision, and it needs to be built collectively. And in order to do that, you need to make sure that everybody's brought to the table, not just as a face and representative, but to actually have agency and power in what they want to bring.
Josna, you have allowed me to think about a lot of things in a very short amount of time. And before I ask you my last question, I'm going to share with you what you allowed me to tap into. And I hadn't thought about this in quite some time, but so I grew up in Detroit, and I love to tell people I still remember my address. So 17300 Prest, between 6 Mile and Otter Drive. And there was a tree, an apricot tree that was in the backyard of our home, that my dad was convinced he just wanted to take it down because of how the apricots would fall on his grass, his beloved grass. And the tree wasn't, quite frankly, in hindsight, probably not even that healthy. But my mother refused. And she, season after season, would go out and she would pick up these apricots either off the grass or from the tree, and she would convince us that they were the most delicious thing that she had ever tasted in her life. And I would say that probably was certainly not the case. But it was not the case, Mom. But she believed it was. And I felt in that moment, I didn't even know what I was thinking as much as right now. I was like, man, this tree had an ambassador. And my mother, this tree had a champion. And those are the types of things that I get, that things need to come and go. But wow, what if we all decided to champion one living thing other than ourselves? And so you just allowed me to think about that moment. And I'm grateful, because that's a practice and something that I want to be able to be more connected to my climate story, because I have one, even without the degrees and being an expert. So I'm a convert because of your narrative and how beautifully you shared it. So thank you. So I'm sensing something. It's deep. And man, I tell you what, and it's not to put something on you, but trying to move systems and to name oppression and to name the impacts of colonialism, but while still respecting the colonialist, because they are human too. And sometimes I don't want to denigrate other people's truths about how they've come to navigate the world the way that they've done, but I'm more interested in how we in this season, women of color, people who identify as an ally, are taking care of themselves. Because you are releasing so much, and I am here for it. And I'm just going to continue to look for ways to be in your relationship with you. This organization will continue to do that, hopefully in a way that resonates with you and that is real. But I am curious about how you're taking care of yourself, that you might be able to share with others. Because we need, in my opinion, and I don't use that word a lot, need, but we need Josna Harris to be well.
Oh, thank you. Well, and I need you to be well too.
Yes.
And I think that this conversation is like therapeutic for me, to be able to share in such a vulnerable way, because I think a lot of us, in doing the emotionally laden work that is social change, is we need to be well and healthy in order to do it. And if we're operating in a broken world and in a broken system trying to make it happen, it becomes incredibly important to realize when something is toxic and oppressive, and to identify it and to step away from it. And to reclaim that power.
Thank you for being here with us. Whatever you need.
Thank you.
Truly, whatever you need. I could just end it right there, but I won't. Listen, we are so grateful for Josna Harris helping to launch and kick off our second day of the Southside Summit. Such a gift for you not only to share your story. We are so honored to be the second public audience in which received such beauty in the words that you crafted about your connection to the climate, and the reminder that we don't need to be an academic expert to be able to understand the impact that we all can have in service of the climate that we all love and that we all need in order to exist in this world. You have our deepest gratitude, and we are so grateful to be, and I'm going to claim it, in relationship with you moving forward, and of support and of aid in any way that we can, because it takes not only a village, it takes the world and people operating all around the world to do the work that's ahead of us. So we are deeply grateful. So please, everyone at home or in your cars or in your bathrooms and in this audience, help me give it up for Josna Harris for helping us to kick off the Southside Summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have our deepest appreciation. And so now, as Josna is going to head out, I'm going to tee up our next guest. I have probably the best job of all time today in terms of welcoming these different community partners, allies, leaders, bold, beautiful women of color to the stage who are driving such amazing impact in our communities. So next up, we are going to shift gears from talking about climate justice and really focusing on the needs in our housing space, the housing crisis that not only has gripped the Twin Cities and the state, but that is across this country and, dare I say, the world. But Kanani Omar is our guest next. She is a housing organizer for the Harrison Neighborhood Association. Kanani, where she advocates for public housing, public policies, that are rooted in community needs and center racial justice. She works with coalition partners, nonprofit organizations, and government officials on housing issues, with an emphasis on anti-displacement policies, tenants' rights, and equitable transit development. She is an advocate for public housing, rent control policies, and increased investments to build community-owned ecosystems. And with that, help me welcome Kanani Omar as our next guest. Kanani.
Tabitha.
So excited to see you.
Thank you for
I'm
having
loving
me.
this orange,
Yeah,
by the way.
we're in sync here. Yeah.
We very much are. I'm so delighted that you were able to make time to join this conversation. So PPNA and Harrison Neighborhood Organization are 2 of 70 neighborhood organizations, right, which many of you may know or you may not, which is fine, that operate in the city of Minneapolis in service of trying to connect our community and understand their needs and do what we can to advocate alongside and with them for what I would call the essential resources in order for all communities to be well, for all communities to be whole. So just let me say that, and thank you and all of the leadership at Harrison for all the work that you do each and every day. And yet, I'm super excited for this to be about you and your work and your voice and how you're showing up in this space around housing and the needs thereof. So just recently, right, we can say that, go on and brush your shoulder off, we had some wins when it came to taking steps to put one more tool in the toolkit of helping to increase and improve access to affordable, sustainable housing. And you were really deeply connected to the Minneapolis United for Rent Control group, which is different than rent stabilization in certain ways, and but in many broad ways, the umbrella of the idea of stabilizing rents is one and the same. And so really what I want to do is begin with your thoughts and your views, since we just, in both of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, through the most recent election last week, had some wins. We can call them wins in terms of the ballot initiative passing here in Minneapolis for the city council to begin to explore a pathway, a policy to rent stabilization. And so I would invite you to, in your own words, to help us to understand what's next. What's next now that that particular key initiative has passed for our communities to take a closer look at a rent stabilization policy?
Yeah, yeah. It absolutely felt like a successful week last week. I know there are a lot of things that felt heavy and there weren't wins all across and different movements, but in terms of the rent control, rent stabilization conversation, we were ecstatic that St. Paul was able to pass one of the strongest tenant-centered policies in the country. And we are so eager to mimic them, to have the same policy here that renters can have access to and have protection. The thing that I'm excited about is to continue to build, but I'll admittedly am a little anxious. For over a year, I've had conversations in neighborhoods throughout the city, particularly neighborhoods that are renter heavy, low income, and Black and brown communities, and made promises not necessarily about the policy itself, but promises in terms of like my commitment and the coalition's commitment. We know this is an issue. We know who's most impacted. Renters come in all colors, but the reality of Minneapolis is that Black and brown people are the most impacted by the housing crisis. We are the majority of renters, and finally there's data to actually point you to say that we have been the ones who have been displaced. I mean, 10 years, 44% increase in rent with no wage increase. It almost feels intentionally designed this way. People feel like it's intentionally designed this way. So though last week we were all celebrating, I did have like a heaviness in me. We made promises of getting this to a place where people could have not necessarily full stability, but they can at least have predictability. So the goal is to continue to build, to continue to have intentional conversations, and to encourage and push city council to act. But with just knowing that rent control is one tool, there are so many other tools in our housing kit that we don't utilize now. I know that it's going to take a lot more to get us to that policy that we need. And it's not only going to be that policy that's going to help us, but it's going to be more public housing. It's going to be the landscape of housing just needs to change. It's not sustainable now. It's not sustainable for community in general, but it's not sustainable if we're really taking the fact that we are in a public health emergency when it comes to racism. So I'm excited, but I'm nervous. And I hope everyone who we've been talking to is actually committed to taking this to the finish line, like they had been committed earlier this year.
Yeah. You know, what comes up for me when you say that, I think about, again, for everyone that's listening, and even for myself, to sometimes try to remind myself of the steps that are needed in order to do just like what you said, is to stay close to this, is to continue to remain informed, right? And a couple of sources that I would point people to, and this is certainly not meant to be exhaustive, it's not throwing shade at so many other studies that exist, but Dr. Brittany Lewis did an amazing assessment of the eviction rates that happen in North Minneapolis in particular, and the impact on Black women as a subset of the BIPOC community, right? And it is staggering, the numbers that she presents, and the narrative, just if we build from what Josna shared in terms of the power of narrative, in terms of how that affects households. So that's where I'm saying, go to studies like that, refer to research that has already been conducted to root you in understanding truly the impact of what we're facing. I would also encourage folks to check out Housing Link. Housing Link, it might be housinglink.org, but they do an amazing job, I think, of at least providing a variety of access to analysis in terms of the rental housing market in the Twin Cities for Minneapolis and St. Paul on a monthly basis, that gives you an understanding of sometimes when we have such low vacancy rates, right, from a rental property perspective, it creates inability for people in different situations to be able to be mobile, to find better housing if they believe that they're having an unoptimal or uninhabitable experience at their current rental unit, meaning if vacancy rates are at 2% or lower, it makes it very difficult for people to find other rental options. So just building off of what you said, to encourage folks that are listening and ourselves as an organization, that we have to help point people to the information to hopefully keep them connected to all of the work ahead. And so you mentioned that in part, you know, the nervousness, right? The nervousness of, yes, we took the one step and there's so many more steps that need to be taken. Help us to understand, in your opinion, what are the ways that people can stay connected to how this process and this investigation of what type of policy the city might put forward, right? How we can stay connected to that process. What are your thinking?
Yeah, I think the easiest way for people who want to be on top of this from beginning to end with the new city council is to connect with your city council member. Immediately understanding the angle and their intent going into City Hall, I think, is important. It's crucial. Are they an advocate? And even if they are an advocate, what surprised me is people who are an advocate of something sometimes don't necessarily understand all the components that are needed for you to advocate in an effective way. Mm-hmm. So understanding, one, if your city council member is a supporter of rent control, and two, if they really understand what it means to have a policy that actually protects the most impacted people. Mm-hmm. So often, particularly in Harrison and the greater North Minneapolis community, there are housing policies, housing investments, so the affordability trust fund, mm-hmm. there hasn't been $1 allocated north of Lowry since ever out of that trust fund. So people hear these buzzwords, they think there's investments going to the community, but really understanding who is protected by housing policy, who is being supported and who isn't, it needs to be very clear. And these conversations can happen with your city council member. They can happen with your neighborhood association. Mm-hmm. And I'm fully aware not all neighborhood associations are the same. Mm-hmm. So if that information isn't accessible to you, I think there are housing organizations in the city that you can go to for that information. You mentioned data and being informed. That public education that we did this year, it was kind of staggering for myself to even understand how I knew the problem was very serious, but even understanding things, you hear build more. It's a supply issue. You mentioned vacancy rate. People throw these terms around, and I don't mean you, but people throw these terms around and they're like, oh yes, that's the issue, the vacancy rate. Not recognizing in the last 10 years, any apartment building that's gone up in Minneapolis is over $2,200. That's not feasible for working people to afford. Yeah. So the reality is we are designing an ecosystem, we're designing housing that's not meant for the people here. It's meant for those in a different income bracket, and in Minneapolis that means people who don't look like me or you. Yeah. So I don't want to be grim about the policy, but I think it's really intentional to take a step back and understand how we got here. It was inaction. The housing crisis has been talked about in Minneapolis for over a decade. We've been seeing it. I mean, longer than that. Right? Exactly. But the term housing crisis, the displacement, gentrification, that has been a watched phenomena without action. And it's really easy to stand by the sidelines and say, oh, we could have done this, we could have done that, when it is a lack of political courage. It is a lack of, trying to step out of status quo. Yeah. Status quo in Minnesota, status quo nationally has not been one that centers renters, especially renters of color. So that's a bold move. It shouldn't be, but it's a radical move. Yeah. When we talk to people about rent control, breaking it down piece by piece, nearly everyone thinks it's a simple policy to advance, and then they typically will either say, what's next? That's not going to fix anything.
Yeah.
Rent is already too high.
Mm.
How can you get people into home ownership? But talking in a larger venue, when you have a lot of special interests, it becomes like propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly it's a radical idea. And I think anything that is going to benefit a particular class of people that are Black and brown will always be radicalized, and it will always be seen as a change that we can't overcome.
Yeah.
So I continue to talk about that and try to normalize that this is a necessity. If we actually want to address the racial inequities, this is a necessity. It's not about, yes, it's a part of the toolkit. If we don't do something now, we are knowingly allowing people to be forced out of the city because they can't afford to live in it.
So one, that was a lot and well said in so many ways. And I think that one of the things that happens, right, when we begin to talk about housing, certain people's eyes gloss over, others roll their eyes because they are not confident that we're going to be able to actually move the needle, because conversations around housing and equity has existed in this country since the country existed. And I would say that one of the things that I'm seeing that I think dovetails into your comment around we don't have the right model. So I am not, I don't believe that there's any one right model. I think that the truth of it is all the models are generally, we're gonna need to find that we can't let one dominate. And right now, the dominant model is really built on wealth generation and holding property as a part of a person's wealth portfolio. Then that creates this idea that there's a scarcity of units, but what type of units, right? And it's this idea that area median income, right, should be the basis for a person being able to access housing versus housing as a human right. So the layers are so real. And to try to bring a little bit more clarity to what I'm saying to ask the next question, one of the things that we have found in our work is that generally speaking, whether it be organizers, elected leaders, and representatives of various municipalities and private institutions and everybody in between, no one knows the number. No one knows what the cost is in order to provide housing to all the souls that need housing. And so from my perspective, what we often say is, then how can you be offering solutions and you don't know the cost? And part of it is, from my perspective, is that we don't name the number. We don't say that we have a $2 billion or $3 billion, if not $4 billion deficit in structural systems of housing, because then when people start throwing around the fact that they've supported $40 million budget allocations, that would sound laughable in the face of the magnitude of the problem. So I guess I would say, do you have thoughts on how do we hold ourselves accountable in community? How do we hold elected leaders accountable to, I would say, be more honest and truthful about how big the issue happens to be when it comes to housing? What might we do together in order to get more clarity so that when we do get $40 million allocations to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund or $50 million allocations, and then people don't see said affordable housing show up in their community, we can say you should never expected that anyway for $40 million.
No, you're absolutely right. And I don't think we can talk about that without talking about reparations. I don't know how talking about the number that you're talking about actually closing the racial inequities in terms of whether home ownership or just quality housing. And by quality housing, I don't necessarily mean, granite countertops. I mean quality housing where you have green spaces in your neighborhood, you have accessibility to walk to the grocery store, you can hop on a bus and get to your family's house. Right. If we were to put a price on that, I am at, yes, $40 million is peanuts, but I don't know how we talk about that large number without understanding the reason why we're talking about that large number is because of the harm that's been done in these communities for generations. So reparations has to be the root and center of that conversation. I'm ready to have that conversation. I'm ready to have other people who are better versed and understand the history better to lead in those conversations. But I don't know, these seem it seems like a shiny like little object. These little trust funds here, and these I was very excited to see the pilot for the universal income that's happening in Minneapolis, but it is just again a lucky few. It feels like a lottery. It is a handful of families that will be supported, and I'm so grateful that they will be supported. But what do you do when the mass of Black and brown communities and immigrant communities here in the Twin Cities are struggling?
Yeah.
So I absolutely agree with you. I would love to hear that number, and I would love to see bold leadership in saying that reparations is the center of all of these conversations. Housing, economic justice, transit justice. We have to talk about that first.
Well, I think I just saw bold leadership name it, right? And so this is exactly what it looks like. We don't need to wait on those that have somehow managed to get themselves elected to name it. We can look to ourselves. And I say that because I think that part of it is demystifying what we mean, right? Even when we try to acknowledge, like what you just said, this idea, the construct of trying universal basic income, you know what that doesn't prevent? Is for the free market to do what the free market does, is then go back out and increase the cost of whatever it is, even now that we're trying to get people's incomes to meet what the current price are, not what the future prices will be. Because we are skittish, whether you call it a reparations or an allocation, and certainly not a gift. But if we call it what it is, it's the tools by which we need to live. Right, I'm ready to have that conversation. I don't need you to call it reparations. What I need you to do is to be able to acknowledge that there are just some basic tools that everybody needs in order for our communities to be well. And then you would have less nonprofits, quite frankly. I'm always looking to get out of a job. You know what I mean? I am always looking to work myself out of a job because there's too much work to be done anyway. And especially when we allocate resources in a way that some of the things that we are trying to advocate and vocalize are not needed. We won't need so many street champions and street prophets if we would actually acknowledge that some of our ways that we allocate and approach who deserves what shifts. And that's the thing, that's the model. So again, sometimes people might say the history is the history and I don't want to be held accountable for the this and the that. You don't have to be accountable for what your ancestors did. Be accountable for what's happening right now.
Absolutely, 100%. That resonates with me, Tabitha, so much. I am trying to work myself out of a job too.
All of it. # work yourself out of a job.
But I don't think it's all of us. That's actually where I struggle, because I don't think everyone has that mindset.
No,
I don't think everyone has that mindset, and that actually.
Should we just go start snatching a job?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we should do. You don't have to work yourself out of a job. Let's just go get their job.
No, and some people should exit this conversation, quite honestly. No, really. Some people need to exit this conversation, because it is the call it Minnesota nice, call it not wanting to be held accountable because you just got into this job 3 or 4 years ago or last year. If you're not mentioning reparations in this as a root of all of this, that is an intentional design of keeping status quo. You're keeping status quo. So I think that, call it, whether it's elected officials or nonprofits, who unfortunately, not all of them are the same. There is an industrial complex. There is, I don't know why, and I understand, but 20, 30-year plans to deal with the housing crisis. That is mind-boggling to me. We have the investments, we have the resources. It is a choice. It's a choice to not ask the hard questions. It's a choice to not be bold. And I don't know, other than raising it in spaces that I'm in, raising it to elected officials, raising it to the experts.
Yep.
I don't know how, if you're an advocate or an organization who's been in these spaces, particularly in the Twin Cities, and you have been here for a while and your whole platform is not rooted in reparations, I don't know what there is. I don't envision how that can be sustainable and really advancing this work. That's not a place that I see really advancing where communities need to be. So I'm not pointing my finger at them, but there is only one way out of this. And why out of this is not going to solve it's not going to solve everything, but there is only one way to really try to create a landscape that actually is equitable.
Yeah. We gonna get calls. I think that what comes up for me in that is I'm certainly a believer that there's always more than one way. And meaning there's always different models. I'm not the smartest person, truly. I could not work for NASA and so many other things. And I think that what sometimes get people on their heels to begin to imagine different systems is the truth of two things for me, is that I acknowledge and understand that the behavior of change is not necessarily innate, and it's not necessarily enjoyable. It's not necessarily something that I think that each of us as individuals and collectively do well, right? So we sometimes rely on the monotony of the same thing, the same process, right? Which sometimes I think really puts us in the position not to achieve the things that we want to achieve. And so I'm just naming why I think that we are sometimes willing to believe, not actually think, but willing to go along with these micro steps, right, in the right direction is somehow going to get us there. Because that's why in the same breath we can say, well, and this is our 30-year plan. Who wants the 30-year plan? No one really wants the 30-year plan, and yet to really name that in order for us to have a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan would really cost us all more than we're willing to give. And that's not only your neighbors next door, but that's elected and appointed leadership. And so I think about, in the context of that, there's some deep work that I know PPNA is interested in doing with all manner of partners, but it is accelerating our preparedness to change. And I think that the acceleration of being prepared to change can only happen in partnership. And I'm wondering what your thinking is, even when we think about the neighborhood network. What thoughts do you have about how we, as a subset of the community, steps that we might look to take to accelerate the community's preparedness to change? And I don't want to say dramatic ways as if to say that it won't be clear or understood, but in ways that actually allows us to achieve our goals, which is people have housing at all points in their trajectory, not because they're clean, not because they earn X amount of money, but they are housed because that's what our communities require in order for us to be well. So what would you imagine some of the things are we could do even in our, what I would call, small ecosystem of neighborhood work?
Yeah, I actually learned, or I practiced this actually this past year with the rent control campaign. So in my head, when we envisioned coming together, having this coalition, I had these micro steps. I was like, okay, I'll talk to these people, and then, you know, we'll build together and we'll get rent control. That's it. It'll be easy. I have numbers on my side. No one can, you know, battle me in data. I felt very confident. Practiced that first few steps and had, you know, stumbling there and not really understanding why I was stumbling. And really kind of had to reflect about, okay, particularly in Harrison and North Minneapolis, who do I need to talk to here? Who needs to be leading this, really? I mean, yes, I'm a housing organizer.
Right.
Yes, I'm in a lot of spaces where they're, again, policy experts and people who have been doing this and really understand this in a way that I probably never will. But going out there and trying to build a movement that doesn't impress many people. It did, you know, no one cared that I was a housing organizer. They basically cared that I lived at 30th and Queen in North Side. They're like, okay, we'll start from there, and then building that trust, building what our neighborhood could look like, building what we know we deserve, and being honest about the steps that are getting to get there. Again, rent control isn't a radical idea. So just going to Shiloh Temple Church on the north side, they provide so many resources to people. Food, clothes, mental health, like they give a lot. Going there and having the conversation with the bishop and with the staff and saying, okay, I need you in partnership. What does it look like? What do I need to do to have a partnership with you?
Right.
Was really just being honest that this wasn't the fix-all. They committed to it, but they knew, just like you kind of pointed out, this is just a small, tiny, not even a Band-Aid on the bigger problem. But those conversations made me realize I needed to be clear. I was committed to this cause, but I didn't want to sell people a false dream. So yes, rent control has, some people get really excited because they think it's a radical idea. Yeah, like rent control, this is great, but I wasn't talking about it in that way. I was talking about it in a very almost like scientific manner.
Mm.
Like, how do we keep you all in your homes in a way that we can actually focus on these bigger ideas and
Right.
get community-owned property for the neighborhood, get community-owned commercial spaces, bring in jobs and opportunities that actually are living wage? How do we build that better future and have you not displaced while we're trying to build that future?
Right.
Because there's only so much capacity. You know, we cannot do 100 things at once, and it's really hard. Even while we were having this conversation, our residents were being displaced. So people who came to our events earlier this year were pushed out due to high rents. And people saw that. People saw that happening and understood the seriousness of what the ask was. But I think having that honest conversation that it's going to take maybe a 20-year, 30-year plan to build that beautiful, to come to the end of that vision and have it actualize, this was needed now, and they needed to show up. So
Yeah.
That's how I got to that's struggling through those conversations really helped me learn.
Gotcha. Listen, again, I could talk a lot longer. I think that there's really one other question I have time to put forward, but and that's really the same. And let me say this though, I think that one of the things that's coming up between our conversation and with Josna, who was with us before, about climate justice and climate narrative, is that one of the tools that we can clearly, I think, encourage people in the community is to know their own housing story. Know how you have housing, know why you have housing, to know your story as an individual step, and then there's all the things that we need to do together to move beyond where we currently are. Because I do think that the way forward is together, and that doesn't mean we will all align and agree, but it is to be more clear about what brings us to each of the things that we're talking about. So with that, my last question to you is really, how are you taking care of yourself? What's keeping you well? How are you taking care of yourself so that you can continue to be one of the voices, one of the essential voices in all the identities that you possess as a bold and beautiful woman of color, keeping you tethered to this work? How are you doing that?
Looking to the past has actually been like a self-care thing for me. Looking at, there was a lot of research I need to do for this work and other housing work, and looking how the lens and the ways that ideas were kind of like laughed at or scoffed, and seeing them actualized now. I mean, I am seeing big ideas, bold visions actually happening in Harrison and other parts of the city. I'm seeing partnerships and collaborations. I'm seeing community-owned commercial spaces. I'm seeing people really think big, and that excites me. That really excites me, and I'm seeing it really be driven by community. And I know that community has always had these ideas, but it feels like people are starting to listen. I not everyone, but there seems to be a willingness to take that step with them and see and invest a little bit and like move these ideas forward. So that keeps me excited and wanting to be a part of it.
Wonderful. Well, Kanani Omar, again, we are deeply appreciative for you taking the time to be with us for our second annual Southside Summit, where we're really trying to unveil and uncover and to share some of the beautiful voices that we have had the opportunity to connect with this year or in previous years, or just be aware is helping to change how we in community see and understand the core needs within our community. So thank you very much for being with us today. Please, everyone at home, wherever you're at, and in our studio audience with our very hyper-local TV, would you please give it up for Kanani Omar for being with us today? Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. We're now going to transition. I'm going to do a little bit of, song and dance, because I need to say some things to make sure we're ready to invite our next guest into the space, who in these times of all things being important, has decided to join us or needed to join us remotely, which I believe that we have figured out. But she is an award-winning artist and activist and all things powerful in our community. Shay Cage, as many of you know or are fully aware of, has been using her talents and her gifts to inspire, to challenge, and to change not only our local community, but much more of the community across this country through her theatrical performances and her voice. And so we're really just delighted that she will be joining us here shortly. So I'm just going to go ahead and start reading their bio before we kind of welcome her into the space. So Shay Cage is a Renaissance artist and activist who heads Catalyst Arts, directs and produces theater and film. Her work has taken her across the U.S. to Japan, South Africa, England, Bosnia, and Canada. Raised in Mississippi and has been called a change maker and one of the leading artists of her generation. She also writes plays and poetry and has experienced a successful career as an award-winning actor, seen last on stage as Lady Capulet and Romeo and Juliet at the Guthrie Theater. She holds Emmy and Ivy Awards, TCG, and McKnight Fellowships, and is the recent Lloyd Richards New Futures Fellow and Cornerstone Theater based with Cornerstone Theater based in LA. Excuse me. Her last play, Hidden Heroes, about the Black female computers, was produced by Stages Theater in 2019. She has co-founded several organizations and initiatives, including the Minnesota Artist Coalition, Million Artist Movement, Mama Mosaic Theater, Minnesota Spoken Word Association, and more. Cage has been called a mover and a maker, and not just a shaker, but a mover and a maker, and has been using art and equity praxis to consult and elevate Black and Brown narratives through True Roots for over 20 years. So we are going to welcome Shay here in a moment. So she has not logged in. So we're going to pause there and just give ourselves a little bit of a break to make sure that we can connect with her. So we're going to probably take a 10-minute break here and see if she's able to join us. And then we will rejoin our this conversation from wherever you're listening and streaming and watching us. So thank you for joining us. Again, this is the second annual Southside Summit. My name is Tabitha Montgomery. I have the pleasure of serving the Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association, who is hosting today's event. And we are in the amazing and beautiful and essential Pillsbury House and Theater at the corner of 35th and Chicago. We will be back. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he particular.
Right. Well, listen, welcome back. We appreciate you sticking with us. We know that we're a little bit off schedule from probably what has been shared or presented and communicated on our website, but thank you for your graciousness and sticking with us. And so wherever you are and wherever you're tuning in, we appreciate you joining us. Again, my name is Tabitha Montgomery, and I am the Executive Director of the Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association. Super excited to serve in that role right now. And we are in the illustrious, the beautiful Pillsbury House and Theater, coming to you live for our second annual Southside Summit. And it has been already an amazing start to the day. As a reminder, we heard from Josna Harris, who is all about that story, climate, narrative building, from her lens and from a community lens and from a people lens, and not just an expert or quantitative statistical lens. And we also had the pleasure of sitting down and talking with Kanani Omar, who is a housing organizer and advocate for all things reparations and change when it comes to how we think and see the future of housing, and not only in our community, but the community at large. And so we have been, dare I say, blessed to be at this particular point in this particular hour with these amazing folks who happen to identify as women of color. And so next up, I have the distinct pleasure and privilege of sitting down with yet another phenomenal human being, Candace Montgomery. And so I'm going to start by reading Candace's bio, and then we're going to be off to the races with a few questions and hopefully a little bit of back and forth and dialogue.
Yes.
So Candace Montgomery uses she, they pronouns, is Black and queer organizer, facilitator, and strategist working to expand our collective ability to build power that transforms systems and people. Yes. Currently living in Minneapolis, Minnesota, she has spent the last decade developing programming, training, and strategies that centers the lives of people of color at local, statewide, and national organizations. We appreciate that. By centering and unapologetically prioritizing the lives and leadership of diverse Black communities, she aims to develop the solutions necessary for transformative change. Candace's political home rests with Black visions as the co-executive director, currently leading local strategies to engage young Black, queer, and trans people and their families to build cultural and political power capable of transformation and ending systemic violence. Candace is a leader within the movement of Black Lives ecosystem. Additionally, she is a co-owner of the Purple Palace Project, an imaginative experiment in affordable community-centered housing that has successfully provided a home for over a dozen queer and trans people of color involved in social change while cultivating spaces of joy and fellowship. Candace graduated magna cum laude from the University of Massachusetts Amherst with a Bachelor of Science in Public Health. Candace is also a gardener, proud cat mom, food enthusiast, and Octavia E. Butler fangirl.
Okay.
And who isn't?
It's the most important piece of my bio is the last sentence.
I can read it again.
Honestly.
Let me just say.
Listen, you just start with that. That's all you need.
And Octavia E. Butler fangirl. And I say, who isn't? And for all those who don't know, go Google if you need to.
Okay.
But listen, join me in giving, wherever you are at, a round of applause, snaps, appreciation for Candace Montgomery, the Candace Montgomery, joining us today.
Thank you.
Candace!
Yes. What's up?
Listen, you do look rested.
I do. Good.
Even behind the mask.
Even behind the mask.
Okay,
Good.
even behind the mask. I'm feeling the outfit. You do look rested in the eyes. And so
Thank
I give
you.
gratitude to that because, like most of you know, Candace and her organization, and the organization, I should say, that she serves alongside so many amazing people, were very instrumental in the most recent Yes for Minneapolis campaign with respect to imagining a different approach, a different vision for policing in the city of Minneapolis. And there's a lot of ways that I could take the next sentence in terms of but and yet, and I will not do that, because what I want to do is take a moment to thank you in person and every person connected to that work for allowing yourselves to imagine a different model in terms of how communities are served, regardless of how you think about it, regardless of the vote that you cast. What an amazing gift to have people in our community who can activate people to consider topics like the future of our collective safety so deeply. Thank you. We certainly in our organization believe that every view and voice should be at the table, and we become stronger when we allow ourselves to imagine that we can be better and different than we are today. Yeah. So thank you. So with all of that build up, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm like still in a place of just reflecting on everything. It's been, I think for a lot of us, especially a lot of folks who live, South Side or North Side too, like it's been a nonstop year since May, it's nonstop 18 months, right?
Right.
And so trying to be like, what I work with my therapist on is like celebrating completion before moving on to the next thing. And so trying to celebrate completion. Mostly.
And can I ask you, what does that look like? Because for me, sometimes it's about naming what I've been connected to. Like naming that I've been a part of something bigger than myself.
Yeah.
That I get to serve alongside, I often say, such phenomenal and dynamic women over at the PPNA, in addition to the board. So I'm just wondering, how do you work through, how do you articulate completion? What does that look like?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like, it is really like pausing and resting and taking the intentional time to reflect. Like my calendar for really the rest of this year is like a bunch of debriefs and we call them staff retreats. Or not retreats, they're just intensive and like really taking the time to talk about the work that we did and think about where like we able to really live into our values, live into the culture that we want to be building, and also where are some of those growth edges. But I think the like celebrating completion is actually allowing for that time before I move on to the next thing, because like certainly I could do that as well. I could be like, all right, boom,
right.
We have this opportunity, and let's just go hard in the paint and like forget about
hard in the paint,
right? Whatever it is.
Is that the kind of conversation we gonna have?
Yeah,
sports analogies,
exactly.
Because I can get us into the zone.
Yes,
just let me know. Just let me know what we do. Okay,
but that's really it for me. Is pausing before you move on to the next thing, and I think in organizing, oftentimes we just don't always do that. And so, and it's also just like celebrating that we got through a thing, regardless of the outcome. It's like, it was a hard year for a lot of us. On top of the work that we're doing, people are going through personal dynamics and figuring out how to live in a pandemic. And so just like being able to be like, they tried and we still made it through, you know? Yeah.
Listen, well, when people ask me, because, I'm not necessarily from here, but I've been here for a minute, that is in the Twin Cities, about what happened, and I just want to offer my perspective and to see what you think about this, because you know, I don't use language like setback. I don't think about it as regardless, right, of the outcome. I say, listen, aren't you impressed that you're talking about something that a whole bunch of people who you probably wasn't talking about 18 months ago was able to do in terms of, I think about it in terms of the actual vote that took place. Let's celebrate the 40+%, right, that voted to imagine something different, right? Regardless of where not in the work, but regardless of a person's vote, there is power in realizing that in this country, in these United States, as flawed and as opportunities that exist, live in a community where individuals can truly spark conversation, imagination, inspiration, for the purpose of serving someone other than themselves. So that's what I think you did.
Thank you.
And was a part of.
Yeah.
So how does that sit with you?
I mean, absolutely.
Okay.
You know, and also like what has been helpful is hearing from folks who have been in the game longer than I have, to really be like, you know, when we tried campaigns like this, oftentimes, like, we didn't lose by a landslide. You know, like we, like you said, we got 44% of the vote, almost half the city came with us, and a lot of folks have been reminding me, like, this is actually really important data.
Yes.
That, like, we won, right? That, like, we won a lot of really important information, and the way that we were able to complete, you know, end the day on November 2nd is something really to celebrate and lift up and use for the fight coming next. Because we've seen this, like Fight for 15 and other fights that have been really important and critical in community. You know, you go at it the first time, you oftentimes don't win.
Yeah.
And then you go at it a second or a third time, and that's actually when you win. And so, but the margin of like winning versus losing is really small.
Right.
And so I think that that's a thing. And then absolutely, I think that the other piece is that we were fighting against a lot of misinformation, to be frank.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways in which, in particular in Minneapolis, communities of color are used as tokens to be pit up against each other.
Yeah.
And like where we won is like when I talk to people, when I was on the doors, the phones, texting people, like as soon as I talk to a person, in particular a Black person, and be like, okay, it's actually about this, and what do you think about these things? And we're trying to get mental health responders and stuff like that. Folks were just so easily with it, you know? And I think that that's also what we did, is like actually plant some seeds of like, the conversation around safety is not a zero-sum game, police or no police, alternatives to police or police. It's actually like investments in other things, you know, like the organizers who you're talking to earlier today, like housing and stuff like that. And I think that's also what we were able to do, is broaden the conversation about whatever, defund the police or policing, to being like, okay, but what's going to keep us safe?
Yeah.
And let's actually like narrow in and talk about that. And I think we did a really good job of that too.
I gotta say, I think you did a great job, and I don't say that just from, and I want to. It's hard in this space, right, to take my PPNA hat off, but I want to be specific, like, because I want to acknowledge that absolutely there were specific people of color, numerous people of color who just disagreed, who had a different vision, different belief about what was needed in this moment. And I honestly believe, and these are my words, right, to keep the organization and the innocent safe, that is PPNA, is that there felt to me, when I listened, more of a resistance about what the city, what a municipality is able to replace, right, and be able to figure out the what's next, as opposed to what was being asked for, right? Like, so it was really about, well, when are all these basically magical things, basically the magical beings gonna show up? I never felt, at least for myself, that many people, not all, that many people who challenged or were concerned about taking the step, it wasn't the idea that not wanting a more holistic or robust approach to having the right response show up, but not believing, right? Not believing that this system, the world that we live in, that municipalities, that institutions can actually navigate the change that doesn't cause more harm. Right? And I gotta say, I certainly, in that context, I actually respect the concern, because of, you know, in organizing and activating around any issue, the amount, and we heard it earlier from our other guest, the amount of excuses, the amount of reticence, the amount of co-opting the real thing that you're trying to impact in service of just wanting credit for what you're able to get done, right, is real.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just wondering, in that sense, do you think that in the next step, or when you imagine the next steps, what would be an approach to help the thing that we know is going to need to be ready, meaning a municipality, or how do we get a city ready?
Yeah.
How do we get a city ready so that people's resistance isn't basically what I felt? Listen, they're not going to be able to get it done. They're not going to be able to figure it out.
Yeah. Such a good question. And I also respect that, because I think everybody knows I have issues with the mayor. And then, if you've watched any videos of mine,
I can't imagine.
And also with our like city council, and I think that a lot of folks, rightfully so, are skeptical of people's ability or even actual real desire to implement systemic change. And I think that those are really valid points. For me, the next thing, like, as I'm kind of like starting to reflect and look at the numbers and just look at like what people were saying, I think that folks really need more examples of how we do keep each other safe. I think that we really need to be investing a lot of time and energy in supporting and lifting up the community safety alternatives. I know folks who live in this neighborhood during the uprising, we saw that, right? Like, every time I looked out of my house in the morning, I saw people with brooms and trash bags and stuff like that, just cleaning up from the night before. And that's just a small example, right? And then there's other things like 612 MASH and other different alternatives that have started to come up that are actually doing the work, that theoretically we want inside of the city at a sort of larger scale. And so I think that, like, folks follow the work of Adrienne Marie Brown and other people who think about emergent strategy. It's like fractals. So we need to have more smaller examples of absolutely we can do this, right? And be reminded of that, so that folks can actually start to envision, if it's not just me and my 5 friends who are doing some type of mutual aid project, and we're being successful, what does that look like for it to be successful at a like sort of city-wide level, and like what's the infrastructure that's going to be needed around a lot of that. I think that that's a big piece of it. I think the other thing that is sort of counterintuitive to like the ways that folks are activated these days is that a lot of people were like, well, the whole entire plan is not written out, so I can't get down with it. And that's like, yes, and part of what is actually going to reshape what safety looks like in the city is a continued struggle and effort. Like, I think that politics has made it so that people are like, well, I checked my box and now they're going to get the work done, right? And that's just not how democracy is actually meant to set up.
Why do you think people believe that?
I mean, because politicians promise things like that.
Is that right? Because let's just unpack that a little bit. Because I think that was a powerful declaration.
Yeah.
And one that I don't necessarily disbelieve, in that when people vote, there is sometimes a desire for that to be the end of it.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I'm wondering where that comes from. What do you think that is the origins of, by just checking a box? Because can you imagine, just by checking a box, we are all better? Sign me up.
I mean,
do you know what I mean? Like, literally, same. But there is, can I just say, if there is the magic box, I want to check it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you not check the box if it was magic?
Absolutely, I would.
Okay, so we're all like in here to check the box.
Yeah, I would conjure the box.
I would get me platform 9 3/4. Where's the box?
Where's the box at? No, I think that, I think that politics has really set itself up in that way. And, what is like kind of cool about a sort of modern day movement is that I think we're really trying to emphasize leaderful movements, and that is because of that. Right. Because traditionally, at least, like I consider myself coming from like more of a Black radical tradition, and obviously as a Black person having studied like our movements, we have traditionally kind of like been like, this is the one person, or this is like the 3 or 4 men that we're willing to follow and are hoping that, they will sort of like create this magic box that we all can check. And so historically we've had this like kind of pattern of just looking to one leader
Yeah.
to kind of get all the things done. And I think that ripples over into politics, and then so that it's a sort of same dynamic and same culture, rather than being like, actually my job is to be a leader in my own right and to support the leaders who are taking the step of being our city council member, being our mayor, whomever. And support also might look like accountability, you know, but I think a lot of folks who, you know, I do love and respect, who are on the city council or who have held other elected positions, I think the biggest complaint that they can have is that it seems like everybody's all in to get us into office, and then on November 3rd, everybody leaves, right?
Good luck.
And yeah, exactly. It's
Right.
like, okay, great job, baby. We're going to go back and do whatever we're doing over here. You got this, right?
Right.
And I think that a lot of folks who are interested in more of this like movement governance idea, community governance idea, are like, no, actually, we need you right here with us, because I'm going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, I am not perfect, and I also need to be challenged and all of these things. And it can't just be when the fire is hot that you come in and give me critique or give me whatever. Like, I actually need you to be more active. And so I think that that's, you know, that's a big part of it. And then social media, absolutely. I think that because people literally can check a box and say that they did a thing, they can retweet or share a meme and say, you know, I'm a disability justice advocate because I shared this thing, or, you know, I really care about police abolition because I shared this visual. And it's like, no, that's not enough. And I think we've created a sort of, we have to fight back against the transactional ways that activism has kind of been put in a box.
But my thing is, I would want to say, even if you're going to just check the box, and I'm not just trying to give people a pass for the box, and we're going to stop talking about the box in a minute. But what I will say is that I think that what life and history would suggest is that we never need everybody to do the thing. We never need everyone to get to the same place at the same time.
That's true.
And I think that one of the things, even in the word abolition and abolish and defund, what I found fascinating that I want you to react to is that those words for some people were so corrosive or in their minds divisive, and that they wanted to now coach and own the words that are necessary for the system that has oppressed the people who have come up with the words to say we need something different. And what I mean by that is that the word shouldn't have so much power that you lose sight of what the words represent in terms of doing things differently that does not harm to Black and brown bodies in a structural way or an institutional way that would then give rise to us needing to say, or the community needing to say, something needs to be abolished and or defunded. But the number of people that I think were really affected, like almost viscerally so, by the idea that something was going to be taken away. Because again, we like our things. We like things that we are aware of and comfortable with. And I guess part of that buildup is just to say, what was your experience, and how did you respond to people when they questioned even the use of the word abolish, or basically, how can I say another way, maybe approached your organization and in the same way of giving a compliment, like, this is needed, this is so great, but here's how you soften it, here's how you win. Did you have those experiences, and if so, what was your response?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first thing I'll say to start to answer the question is, like, you know, for me as an organizer, I know big concepts like that because of people's fear and the ways that, like, capitalism just has us very scared of losing the small cookie crumbs that we do have already. That in an ideal world, you know, we would have, and what we were doing before the uprising was doing that slow and intentional build, those one-on-one conversations to get there. And, you know, you can't really control when uprisings happen. You certainly, unfortunately, we cannot control when the police murder somebody and how people respond. And, you know, you have to make those hard calls. Like, do we take this opportunity to really amplify something big, even if we're not 100% sure everybody is ready for this concept, to get it out there and to, you know, it became a kitchen table kind of conversation. Or, you know, where do we have to slow down? And obviously, you know, we made the decision to try and get that out there and do it. But when folks like kind of ask me similar questions, I'm like, in my ideal world, we would have had a couple more years, you know, of really planting those seeds and talking to people about these things so that they understand what that concept looks like. Because, you know, the media is like the thing I like hate the most, basically, and have to, like, I hate talking to them so much. It's like part of my job
thank
description.
Goodness I'm not the media.
Yeah, exactly. It's part of my job description, but I am not a fan. Because I think that they make things really they just put things in binaries.
Yeah.
And they create bigger fires than actually are, and they try to define things in ways that oftentimes are not helpful. And I think that folks have to wrestle with that. And then as organizers, we actually have to catch up with that and have those conversations. So all of those things I think contribute to it. And then that being said, that was an intentional choice for Yes for Minneapolis. That and a conversation that I was a part of.
Yeah.
I am absolutely an abolitionist.
Yeah.
And the Yes for Minneapolis campaign was not an abolition campaign.
Yeah.
We actively talked about the fact that police would oftentimes maybe be working alongside other people, or even just having to reiterate to people that police will still be part of this new department. And so that was an intentional thing so that folks could come along, and because I don't want to lie to people.
Right.
I don't want to lie to the abolitionists or the folks who are with defund and say, yep, we're doing it. And it's like, that's actually not true. We're taking a step towards that. And I understand that as a step. And we won't emphasize how much of it is a step to people who are not with it yet.
Right.
But also just having to be intentional about our messaging and our narrative so that we could kind of get the largest swath of people to be with it. Because like you said, I think a lot of people agree that we need different approaches to safety that are not just the police. And so being really clear about that and talking to people about that is what it is, I think was an intentional decision, and to lessen some of the sort of strong abolitionist narrative. And then the last thing I'll say is that, to really get to those things, like what the media and everybody leaves out of the defund the police narrative is, in anything you actually read about that, the other half of the sentence is, here is where we're going to invest those resources instead. And it's really easy to drop that second half of the sentence and just say, oh, we're taking something away, rather than being like, and we're going to use those resources to invest in these things that people really need and care about.
Yeah.
And so we have to do more work to really make sure that folks understand that concept.
Right.
And that sort of overall a strategy to how we build up our communities and make them safe.
Yeah. It's fascinating because I think that from an organizational lens, I think that we saw and heard in different community meetings and settings a lot of reaction to this gut check of how can we possibly, and I'm going to get to another point about just the power of organizers being educators, but in the moment, people having such a deep reaction to this idea of abolishing or defunding in the midst of what seems to be and documenting wise significant amount of increased gun violence or violence in community that then began to really, what I felt, envelop the idea of change in a way that wasn't necessarily what I would call, I'm not looking to call it unfair, but that the sentences around how the police would prevent gun violence never also followed, meaning to keep things the same. I never heard anyone say, I believe that then the police will reduce the gun violence, because we had a gun violence problem in this country, in various parts of this country, before even the significant uptick in our community, and not lessening the loss of life. But I pulled numbers for the city of Chicago for a friend recently and said, you know what? And when you go look at Chicago, and when we talk about, and again, not marginalizing any loss of life, 80 plus murders, I think it was last year. And I think they had 780 and close to 5,000 shootings. And the trajectory of gun violence in Chicago as a city, again, that has been happening, right? And yet no one was calling for change to go help the people in Chicago, because in Chicago, like in a lot of major cities across this country, it's a tale of two cities, right? Where the gun violence is happening. And so until it spills off into this area, or until you threaten the idea of the police that's going to show up for my thing that may not be gun violence, then I can't be any part of it. But I share that to say, we sometimes, not until it's really what we think going to affect our thing and going to put us in the position to potentially be a part of the solution, I think that it's hard for communities to imagine change.
Absolutely.
Right? And so I think that the language, right, not only I think is important, but I found that not only Black Visions and Reclaim the Block and the Yes for Minneapolis campaign, I do think that there was a significant education happening in this country and in our community when it comes to the ideas of people understanding, yes, there are people who believe in abolition and abolishing the police, or what does it mean to defund the police in part or in total or reduce budgets, or what does it mean to transform or to change policies, right, as the path. And yet, when people would start talking about the things that could be different, we've seen those approaches for the past several decades, but not necessarily to the type of success that we want.
Right.
So I would ask, how do we get people to understand or become better aware of when we are basically voting and encouraging elected leaders or representatives to take steps of change, to really care about whether or not those steps led to the change, right? Because how do we do that? And I think that sometimes that's me saying a lot of the things that were being raised as, yes, it's not needed to defund, it's not needed to abolish, we just need to do the thing. We just need more procedural justice. We just need to do better training. They just need to have more time off. There are instances where that has happened, and yet we've not made the progress that the community would suggest that it wants in terms of the appropriate types of response to the appropriate types of calls.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is like, how do we actually get folks to care about the implementation of an idea, not just like the building up or the
or to say that, hey,
it.
we're going to do this, but do you care if it's working, right? Like if you're saying like, hey, we're not ready for this, so we're going to do this instead.
Yeah.
But the doing this instead, I'm wondering, how do we figure out, how do we keep track and measure doing this instead? Has that changed or helped us to achieve the ultimate goal of what people claim they want was livability and safety?
Right. This is such a big question.
Well, you have
a
big voice and vision, so I want you to figure it out in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay,
Candace.
got you. Let me solve our historical problems.
Yeah, please.
I mean, the biggest thing that actually comes up for me without like sounding wooey is it's a cultural shift. You know, like what you were talking about is not just, it's not just going to happen because we have better organizations or because we have, different spaces. It's like, it's all of those different small pieces that come together to actually shift culture, of how people think of themselves as participants in society, as they think of themselves as their role. I think that that's a lot of it. I also think that, for Black Visions, part of the reason that we sort of consider ourselves to lead with a visionary organizing perspective is an approach is because my personal critique of organizing change making has oftentimes, we just tell people what the next fight is and not what the vision is, right? So we just say, okay, now we're fighting for, as a queer person, I'll talk about, gay marriage, right? We're just fighting for gay marriage, but we then are losing out on a vision in which everybody is respected regardless. Like that is the vision, right? Behind, for example, giving people their rights. I mean, we know like a lot of white men who are gay were very invested in gay marriage because it gave them economic privilege. And that's really the T on that fight. But I think that we kind of stop at those points and don't actually talk to people first with like, okay, what would it look like for everybody to live in respect, in dignity, in all of these things, and then work ourselves backwards from that, if that makes sense. And so I think that that's part of the approach that has to change for folks who are doing the work.
But can I just say though, I think what comes up for me when you say that, which makes that difficult, is I think that what happens is when that sounds easy enough, right? And it makes sense. And I would offer that the idea of meaning that meta question of, don't we just all want everybody to be respected and included and to have agency over their lives? What ends up happening, I find, is that people are still more wedded, to how they function in life.
To the status quo.
Not even the status quo, meaning what works for them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right, like, so immediately it begins to think, well, whether it be it's rooted in, well, that's not my experience.
Yeah.
That's not what my faith tradition says is
Right.
appropriate. That's not what I know to be true. Like, really what ends up happening, and I don't want to say unfortunately, but in a very curious way for me, is that people center the world needs from their own lens. As a if everyone were to say, what if everyone cared that I had what I needed, you had what you needed, but not from a place of I know best, and not from a place of that's what I grew up with, or that doesn't make sense to me, or why are we using pronouns, and why are we doing what feels like new, meaning taking time to help or to see people the way they want to be seen. Right? It's because they're thinking, and they will say, because I didn't either grow up with it, that's not my thing, I don't see why we need to do that, then don't, it's not about you. Right? But we immediately center our experience when we're starting to talk about how to include and to not even understand or accept, but to stay out of blocking other people's choices.
And so to that, I think it's offering new experiences for people. You know, that's the only thing that I've actually seen continuously work, like consistently work, is offering new experiences for folks to be like, oh, this is why it matters. And so, like, I'll talk about my dad, who I love and adore, and lives with me, is disabled, and, you know, just has a lot of chronic health issues and things like that. And a few years ago, when I bought my duplex with some homies, he was going through some, like,
we still using homies?
Yeah, we still using homies.
Got it.
Are we not?
Like, I didn't know. I didn't know.
We still using homies.
Okay,
they're literally my homies.
Okay, I
get
just didn't know. There's no shade for people out in the world.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wow.
Literally my homies.
I done lost control. I done lost control of it.
Anyways, when
Sorry.
I bought this house with friends, you know, he was, you know, in South Florida, which is where we're from, and basically living out of his car. And so I was like, you know, you got to come out here, right?
Right.
And I live a very queer lifestyle. All my friends are queer. Most of them are, you know, gender nonconforming, whatever. A lot of, like, Black folks who are immigrants as well are sort of part of my life. And I'm also just a very community oriented person. So I'm always, but pre-COVID, was hosting and having things. And, you know, so he started to just, like, be in those because he was here. And then he also decided to join as a Black Visions member.
Yeah.
And I have witnessed him have a serious, like, political awakening and awareness, right? To the fact of, like, when I used to talk to him about pronouns, he was like, I don't care about that.
Right.
You know, or when I told him, like, hey, actually my pronouns are she and they, he was like, you're my daughter, doesn't matter. Right. Like, that was his immediate reaction 4 years ago. And now he sometimes corrects me on people's pronouns because he has actually had the experience of being in the room with someone and seeing how it negatively impacts them when they are misgendered, right? And he has also had experiences where, you know, just being in the Black Visions, you know, my dad was born in 1968, the year that MLK died, you know, and so, like, he also grew up in the South. So he's had some really rough experiences when it comes to his Blackness and all of those things. And to, like, he often says, like, it's just so inspirational being around a lot of young people who are just like, the way that y'all care for each other, the way that y'all love up on each other, the way that we always have really good food in our meetings, right? Like, things like that are actually,
what? Y'all feed people?
Oh, we have a large food budget. The team loves good food, you know.
I love that.
We're not a pizza type of organization.
Listen, no.
Whole meals, and usually with Black vendors too. But
listen.
So, and I just give that as an example of, like, he has actually started to change his worldview and how he thinks about his needs and other people's needs based off of the actual experiences that he has had. And so it kind of goes back to my points around culture, you know, as one big culture shifting as one big piece of what our next steps are. And then also folks actually experiencing those community alternatives is people need to have those direct experiences to be like, this is why this maybe is important. And I think it's the job of our organizations, right, to actually try and cultivate those and live out our practices and our values in real time. Like, we can't pontificate about a particular politic and a particular vision of the world if we aren't actually doing that inside of our own doors. And so I think that that is, you know, that is a piece of it. And it might seem small or like that's going to take forever. And what I would say is like, yeah,
Right.
it's going to take a while to actually create that shift. But if we look at, for example, a lot of the young folks who are coming up, I mean, they have just literally said altogether F gender. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the folks who are coming up who are younger, they're like, what is gender? Like, I'm fluid, I'm all the things, I'm poly. You know, they're redefining how we live. And we see that in 13, 14, 15-year-olds. And those folks are, you know, and I feel like, you know, 10 years ago, I was one of the younger ones who was like cutting edge and doing it, you know, and now I'm like 31 and I'm behind the times sometimes. I just found out
somebody get my walker if we're going to start throwing out ages.
I recently found out that skinny jeans are out now. Like,
Stop
what?
it. I'm so through with you.
I'm done.
So,
but on a real tip, like those are, I think that's part of it is like, we actually have to start embodying those things and understand that younger generations are actually going to take that and push it a little bit further to get to where we're at. And that fear is a real thing as well. That's the last thing I'll say is that we can't not recognize that people have valid fear, whether that because of how they've been socialized. For example, we've all been socialized to believe that police are the thing that keep us safe.
Yeah.
We have to move past, we have to also work with folks and meet people where they're at with a lot of compassion and figure out how do we move past that fear at a like sort of individual and a community basis. I think is going to be part of the work, and it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
Yeah. You know, Candace, I mean, you said a lot there, and I think that not that anyone else shouldn't take whatever they want from what you just shared, but what comes to me, what landed with me is when you just described what changes things or people's approach to decoding what they're hearing is their experience. And it's not through trying to tell or convince or cajole, but through their experience. And I think what's powerful about that, because that is really actionable in two ways, meaning as a way for people to reflect who's listening on what real experiences have you had with people who have either different views than yours, who identify in different from any number of different lenses in terms of how they see themselves and who they are, as a way to sometimes not necessarily prevent, but to slow how you decode what you heard. Because is it that you've had experience with that group of people? Do you know that group of people, right? What is it in your experience that is now making you present as really an expert on the matter, right? Which typically sometimes looks like resistance. So I think that that's very practical and helpful for people to think about the experiences that they've had or not had. And if you've not had an experience, right, then to think about how do you either decide I'm not interested in getting that experience, and if you're not, what are you willing to do then to say, to be honest, that I can't speak into that, that I'm not going to talk about that particular movement because I have had no experience with people who are moving in those spaces, right? So I think that that is really powerful. And then can you imagine and the other thing that was powerful, because I'm gonna start telling people this, like I live a very Black lifestyle. Like for you, like when people say, you just said I live a very queer lifestyle, like we put people in the position sometimes to name how they're living, right? As a way for us to sometimes assert agency, I believe. And I think that though, if everyone were to understand that, that's no different than people who choose to live a very white lifestyle, right? But they don't necessarily have been in the world, put in the position to say, when you show up and see my circle, you might only see, you know, white people or people who identify as a part of the European, right, ancestry in my backyard. But sometimes when you see a lot of people who look and act or have other lifestyle choices other than you, it's an issue. Like, why are those people hanging out together?
Doing the thing.
Okay, but imagine that if everyone just understood that it is because our lens are our lens, right? So I think that too is powerful. You know, listen, I want to honor your time because I think that I've, you know, crossed over into when I just want, I feel like, okay, right, like this could be my living room, not nearly this clean, but we'll have to continue it another time.
Like this aesthetic,
Yes. Thanks to the team.
Shout out to the team.
Shout out to Ashley and Julia and Christina
team.
and Hannah. Oh, Hannah. Okay, but listen, I can't put our business completely out in the street. But anyway, amazing team. So one of the last questions, and we've
Yeah.
been, and I want to kind of do one thing in terms of connecting what we've begun to hear from not only you, but I think the other guests that we have been privileged to hear from today, because one of the things that I didn't tee up when we came back from break as a reminder is that this year's summit was really all about, in an intentional way, centering the voices of persons who identify as women and happen to be women of color, right? Because of the impact that they're making, not only from this, starting from organizing all the way up to legislating. And I think that one of the things that is consistent in terms of what you've shared and Jasna shared and Kanani shared is this idea of understanding how you individually are connected to the things you care about, how you are connected to climate justice, how you are connected to public safety, how you are connected to housing, and for you to really own your narrative and understand where you don't have experience before you begin to cultivate all these ideas about experience. So really one of the last questions has been about how are you taking care of yourself? Because I say that and not in a flippant way and like people are going to the spa and just relaxing and all that. It's to help people who's listening and to remember that in order to be connected to deep work of building community that takes years, decades, it's not the short game, that we should all care, regardless of your beliefs and your opinions, that the people who are willing to serve other people and ideas are well. So I say that not in a casual way. Whether we always agree or never agree, I care about the well-being of people who are serving and willing to serve others. And so I say that as deeply as I can. How are you taking care of yourself?
I appreciate that question, and especially your framing around it, because I struggle with like the self-care framework that it just feels really transactional, you know, and like for me, I've definitely been, especially the last couple of years being in this directorship position, having to take that more seriously, and primarily just a desire for my life, you know. I'm like, I really want an abundant life. And the sum of my parts is not just the ways that I service people, you know, or the ways that I'm making change, but who I am as a human being, and how I lay my head down at night. And so for me, a lot of it has been like therapy. Like shout out to my therapist.
Shout out therapist.
Yes, give her some snaps. Maybe she's watching. She's local. So, you know, I think working with her over the last couple of years consistently to have a sounding board and someone who challenges me and also helps to affirm that some of the experiences that I still carry trauma around were real has been one of the biggest ways that I've taken care of myself, is not allowing myself to gaslight myself. I think that's been a really important thing for me. The other thing is like also just getting in a practice of like moving my body, especially in like Zoomlandia life. Like you know, I think like working out has really been a thing, you know, and I do like my little routine at home and stuff. And
what was that? You do
it's a little thing, a little kettlebell.
Right. Okay.
You know, but that has like, for me personally, been a really grounding thing because it is really easy for me to get out of my body. And so I don't say like workout because that works for everybody. I mostly think that it's important that folks find a practice that gets them back in their body. Because it's really easy for us to just live up here. And I think that's actually how we burn out, is because then we numb ourselves and we actually don't feel like, oh, I'm actually having some hip pain. I'm having some of this. And for Black women in particular, you know, the ways in which we have really high heart disease and all of these things, it's like, I think that is a connection. And so that has been a really big piece. And then naming my boundaries has been one as well. I think that especially for women of color, especially Black women in leadership positions, the ways in which we are critiqued is, I mean, the movement just eats its own. Frankly, it eats its own. And I think that Black women in particular are held to an incredibly unrealistic standard of excellence and leadership. And for me, it has been about really finding where my boundaries are, that I can feel really good and integrous about the work that I'm doing and what I'm doing, but also say no to people or decide which critique I'm actually going to listen to, you know? Because just because someone has an opinion of you does not mean that it is true or valid, you know, or something that you have to hold. And so a lot of my work, especially having more of a public platform, has been to be able to sort of help to maintain my space and like my well-being outside of what people may think or desire from me, and really trying to figure out, where do I feel like I've given enough, you know, where I feel like I've left it all out on the field while also maintaining, you know, my wellness. Like those kinds of things I think are consistently ways that I'm trying to take care of myself, you know, and just like love up on myself.
Love up on myself. So I'm going to say this. I am grateful in this moment as we come to a close of this segment, guys, for everyone that's listening and who will listen, for the truth of being reminded that people who do hard work and who are called to essential work and who are willing to give of themselves to other people are very much human.
Okay.
Very much real, flesh and blood and bone, and matter in terms of how we talk about them, whether they're in our presence or not, how we think about their views, whether we hold them as our own or not. And so, again, we as an association care deeply about how we see people, not only just people, but Candace and Kanani and Josna, because they are real and they matter to not only this conversation and future conversations, but how we hold and treat them as serving the community. So I just encourage everybody to keep that in mind, because again, this is not about trying to relitigate or litigate at all your beliefs on policing and or whether it be should be reform or a defund or abolish. Nope, that's not what this moment was about. This was about me having an opportunity in service of the community to kick it with my homie about how you are showing up in this world to do amazing work. That's right. So I just stole your
last little.
That wasn't a complete shiv, maybe like a push. But no, seriously, Candace, we are so deeply appreciative and grateful that you took the time to join us this afternoon. So again, wherever you are, in your home or in your car, in the bathroom or in your work office or your home office or right here in this theater with us, please give it a moment to help me give a deep appreciation to Candace Montgomery, co-executive director of Black Visions, for joining us today and sharing all of their wisdom and their generosity of how they continue and will continue to serve our community.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, Candace, thank you for being with us. Listen, we're going to take another 15-minute break before we enter our last segment of, again, our second annual Southside Summit, where I am going to relinquish the moderator chair and hand it over to the incomparable LaCour Bradford-Ketzi, who will be helping us to have a conversation with Commissioner Angela Conley and campaign manager for Keep St. Paul Home, Tram Hong, will be joining us up next. Again, we're going to take a 15 and we'll be back. Thank you so much.
Yay. Great job.
Thank you. Yes. streaming, you're joining us from wherever you are, locally or in the world. My name is Tabitha Montgomery, and I'm the Executive Director of Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association. And welcome to the second annual Southside Summit. This is our second and final day. And really, this year's event has been about grounding and respecting and bringing forward amazing voices of persons who identify as women of color, who have been doing things from not only from an organizing but from a legislative perspective in our communities to make them better, to make them more whole, to make them well. Again, I've had the pleasure of sitting down this morning or this day with some phenomenal community leaders, including Josna Harris and Kanani Omar, and just most recently, Candace Montgomery, co-executive director of Black Visions. And yet, that's where my story, at least for this next segment, ends. I am simply here to introduce into the best that I can and with all the excitement that I can, the moderator for our next conversation. And that is LaCora Bradford Kesty, who is a phenomenal human being in all respects and just a dear friend. And so I'm going to read LaCora's bio, and then she's going to come into the stage and then take it from there. So LaCora Bradford Kesty is a member of the Northside Minneapolis community. She has more than 2 decades of experience living, volunteering, and working in the Twin Cities Metro. Currently, LaCora is the Director of Community Impact for the Women's Foundation. LaCora provides political and strategic thought partnership and leads program implementation with a racial equity lens, infusing Black and human-centered design models into the work. Previously, she worked for the African American Leadership Forum as the program director for Collective Impact, where she created a Black-centered design process to maximize community-led innovation and impact. The process resulted in increased investment for Black-centered community projects, partnerships, and the development of online resources and an education forum. LaCora previously worked for the Corporation for National and Community Services as a program officer. She is a certified professional project manager from the University of St. Thomas, an alum of the Roy Wilkins Community Fellowship at the University of Minnesota Humphrey School of Public Affairs, and a member of the Tri Alpha Honor Society at the College of St. Scholastica, where she received her degree. LaCora's life work focuses on community vitality, community change, and finding and promoting holistic social justice solutions. So in a word, she is phenomenal. Join me, everybody here and wherever you're at, with a rousing hand of applause to welcome our moderator, LaCora Bradford Kesty. Woo! Thank you, LaCora.
Wow. It's the first time I've heard my bio read out loud. So welcome everyone. Again, I'm LaCora Bradford Kesty, she, her pronouns, Director of Community Impact at the Women's Foundation, and I'm so excited to be able to participate in the second annual Southside Summit and to be able to speak to our amazing panelists, Tram Hung and Commissioner Angela Connolly. And so the theme of this summit is elevating and celebrating the contributions of women of color to social change and movements for justice. This work is often carried and led by women of color, and this topic resonates with me because now, more than ever, it's important that we hear and uplift the voices of women of color who are leading the movement to disrupt racism and white supremacy. So with that, I'm excited to invite Tram and Commissioner Connolly to introduce themselves to you. So let's start with you, Tram.
Sure.
Please tell us about yourself. Who are you and how do you spend your time, and what's the core passion or belief that underlies how you show up in your work?
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here, especially alongside Commissioner Conley, who I really look up to as an elected leader. So my name is Tram Huang. I use she, her, hers pronouns. I am the campaign manager of the Keep St. Paul Home campaign, which recently won. Woohoo! And a little bit about me. I am a proud Vietnamese American. I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon, and lived in a neighborhood that experienced a lot of gentrification and displacement, and that's really what fueled my desire to get into community organizing and community development work, was seeing what happened in my community and then realizing that this wasn't something that just happened in one city, right? This was something that cities across the country were experiencing, and I really wanted to understand the systemic change that could be mobilized to combat the harm that we were seeing in our community. So that's really what fuels me, is trying to get people who live in communities that are experiencing change to activate themselves in a way that that makes sure that we are the ones that create the change we want to see in our communities, as opposed to having the change happen to us.
I hear that. That's right. Thank you. And I'm going to give you, Commissioner Connolly, a chance to introduce yourself. So, who are you and how do you spend your time? And what is your core passion or belief that underlies how you show up in your work and in community?
Oh, who am I? I'm still learning that. I think that's a lifelong journey. Hello everyone. This is fantastic. Excited to be here, especially with this incredible panel. I am the Hennepin County Commissioner for the 4th District, and I am someone who believes that this work is about service and that we lead through a lens of service first. That's what's really important to me. I believe that I was called to serve my people, to serve the community in a way that is with my whole being. So I make sure I do that in all that I do. I'm just a girl from the South Side of Minneapolis, and I have been, I'm born and raised right in East Phillips, and it's an honor to have a position now where I get to represent the interests and the needs of the same community that lifted me up as I was coming up in the world many, many moons ago. So that's something that I take to heart and I don't take lightly. Hennepin County Commissioners, there's 7 of us. We represent different districts in the largest county in the state of Minnesota. We're probably the 32nd largest county in the country. Lots of dollars get passed through to do anything from make sure that you have a safe road to making sure people have food to eat and a place to live. So it's a big job, but I present in this work with my whole self, rooted in community voices first and foremost.
Thank you for that. Thank you for rooting yourself. So I'm going to start with Trom, and then Commissioner Connolly. And then I'll transition and pivot to you. Okay.
Absolutely.
So Trom, so you are a campaign manager for Keep St. Paul Home, a campaign to pass rent stabilization in the ballot referendum in St. Paul. You won your policy
Yes.
during last week's election, so woo woo, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And I'm curious, what did you learn from managing this campaign? And two, what was the recipe for its success?
Yeah, I love the opportunity to debrief the campaign because oftentimes we go through the actions and
Mhm.
rush through what needs to get done. We don't get a chance to appreciate what we did. So this is great. I think I learned so many things during this campaign, but the most important thing is that um, people can bring change to policy. We don't have to rely on our elected leaders.
Mhm.
I think that's what we really taught ourselves in St. Paul because we had to, well, first of all, get around a state preemption that did not allow city council to even take on the issue of rent stabilization.
Oh.
But more importantly, I think we had analyzed our city council and thought to ourselves, even if they had the power, they wouldn't have had the courage to do it. At least not the majority, right? And so that's why we had to organize ourselves, organize our communities. Our coalition consisted of grassroots and base building organizations in St. Paul that were connected to the most racially and economically diverse neighborhoods of St. Paul. And that's really what we grounded our work in. And in order to get on the ballot, we had to first gather enough petition signatures to even get rent stabilization on the ballot.
Mhm.
And that required a lot of work. It was, from March to June, which was freezing cold temperatures to a heat wave. I don't know if you remember that in early
A
June.
drought.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So we kind of combated all of nature's forces and were able to get something powerful on the ballot. And then, of course, the more recent months have been about mobilizing renters, people of color, and the people of St. Paul to come out to vote. So I think what we learned through that was the people have as much power to create systemic change as elected officials do. And of course, these two groups have to be in communication constantly. But it also gave us a chance to prove to ourselves that, we can do this. We don't have to rely on electeds.
Mhm. And what was that secret sauce?
I think the secret sauce was remaining grounded
Mhm.
in our values, even when you think about how, typical campaigns are won and the typical strategies. There were so many moments where we kind of questioned ourselves or doubted
Mhm.
ourselves. We were like, well, you know, the questions that we're hearing from the media, like, we have to pivot and answer it this way, or we have to address all these little things. And I think we kind of pushed back on that the usual way of running a campaign and said, you know what, actually, we are going to center renters and people of color in our voter outreach efforts, even though most campaigns say, oh, but the most common voters are white middle class homeowners, right? And we're like, no, that has been true, but through this campaign, we really want to mobilize the people who are most deeply impacted. And I think that was one of our recipes for success, was really making sure that we didn't necessarily follow the old rules of campaigning. Because I myself never had experience managing a campaign. I have worked on some, but never managed one. And so taking risks to capitalize on our strengths, even when it wasn't the norm or what's traditionally done in campaigns, really helped us run the campaign in a way that felt a lot more rooted than I think I've seen in other places.
Well, thank you for moving at the speed of courage and grounding yourselves and taking these risks, because it won and people heard you. My next question is, in local government, the majority of laws are passed by a governing body, right? As you mentioned, the council. In this case, the policy was drafted by Keep St. Paul Home and placed on the ballot by a citizen petition and passed by voters. So how do you think this process impacted the policy itself? And what was it like to be a part of a citizen-led policy-making process?
Yeah, I think because we were able to do this on our own and by talking to community members, we probably passed an ordinance that had the most robust community engagement in city history. Because it's not often that you get 60,000 voices saying what they want or do not want in city ordinance. When you think about who shows up to public hearings, who is showing up to council meetings because of when and where they're taking place, that's not always an inclusive process. And being able to knock doors, being able to meet people at the grocery store, to run into them on a walk at the park, those were the ways that we engaged people in our policy making. And I think that made our policy really strong because it was rooted in what people actually wanted to see happen in their communities. I think a lot of times when city councils do research or ask for reports on certain policies, those reports will show what's working, or let's say we're looking at a tool, right? What worked in other cities and what didn't work in other cities. And as a coalition, we really approached the what didn't work as an opportunity to problem solve, and the what worked as an opportunity to lift up why these are important. And I think that oftentimes city council will put themselves in a position of like risk aversion, right? Councils will say, well, that didn't work, so we can't do it. And by putting it in the hands of the voters, we were able to approach it in a way that was actually, forward thinking, a little bit more problem solving oriented, and not so much approaching the policy with fear. It was really about uplifting like what works about the policy and then finding ways to build upon what doesn't work.
Exactly. I love the quote, "We have nothing to lose but our chains." And that just reminds me of your work. Like, you have nothing to lose. There's no fear. Like, let's just do it. Let's just get it done. So thank you. I'm going to transition to you, amazing commissioner.
Just getting my whole life right now. Wow. Wow.
So you are the first African American commissioner elected to the Hennepin County Board. You also ran as a renter, as someone who used county services, as a mother. Why is representation so important? And then how do you ensure that District 4 residents are represented in the decisions you make as a policymaker?
Wow. So, representation is important because there's a number of reasons, right? But as a Black single mother who was reliant on county systems at one point, who was renting, I've been a renter up until about 3 years ago, so a very long time. I had a bunch of people who did not look like me making decisions for me, telling me how I should live, what I should eat, telling me that, I should pursue a certain type of career path just to get off of assistance, not encouraging any of my ideas. And I'll add that I started as a county employee. So I would see on the inside how county policy made by 7 people impacted the 1.3 million people that live in Hennepin County. So without my voice, without the voice of any person of color on this second largest level of government, on this huge government governing body, right, that handles $2.5 billion worth of taxpayer dollars and grants from the government, from the federal government and state government, am I really being served as a resident? Am I really being served as a mother? No, absolutely not. No one, no person of color was really being served by Hennepin County government until we got people of color on the Hennepin County board in 2018. So me being the first Black person ever elected to the Hennepin County board, my colleague, Commissioner Irene Fernando, being the first Filipina ever elected to a board in the state, right? Now we have diverse voices at this really important level of leadership that can help carry the voices of the 40% of the people in Hennepin County who identify as POC, right? I don't believe that we speak for anyone. People have voices, as we were just talking about. Let those voices be heard. So my job is to make sure that I'm not speaking for every Black person in Minneapolis. My job is to make sure that I'm not speaking for the Black community. We have voices, we have representation now. So now we bring those voices into the boardroom, so to speak. We're Zoom now, but you get it. It's a huge responsibility. So I am also an activist, a very unapologetic, boots on the ground type of activist. I have been for many, many years. Again, when I talk about being called to serve, sometimes that means you have to shut things down. Sometimes that means you have to, kind of really push elected officials to do what they're supposed to do. And in some cases, as we often heard, as we just heard, the power is actually with the people anyway. So when you think about that power and where it lies with the people of community, those are the voices you need to uplift. I try to do that in everything I do, whether it's holding community meetings, whether it's responding to email campaigns. When I get about 50 emails about one subject, I try to make sure that I'm responding to as many people as possible so they know I'm accessible. Gotta be accessible. So often the work feels heavy though, because when you think about the dynamics, the Hennepin County Board has been a board that never had unapologetic Black voices on it. So when you think about Hennepin County as an institution and the ways that racism is just embedded into every single department, and you speak up on that, leadership isn't ready to not only hear it, but to act on some ideas that might be, I think the term risk averse was mentioned. Hennepin County too, county governments in general tend to be very, very risk averse. We don't want to try anything too new because it might, whereas I know, and I have seen, and I have lived through how the county is not working for people who look like me, who show up in spaces like me. So there's an obligation and a responsibility to shift that, right? But it can be heavy at times. So I like to stay in relationship with community, not in a way that's transactional at all, but I think that's how we build each other up, how we share power, how we co-govern is just through and with each other.
So powerful, thank you. And you talk about being an activist and an activist for many years. How have you been influenced by progressive organizers in the Twin Cities, and how do you embrace accountability in your role as an elected leader?
So I have been in movement spaces that have been led by young, queer, Black youth. Listen, from 2012 even, any space that I have been in, whether it was 35W, whether it was the 4th Precinct, whether it was the Hennepin County Government Center, anytime that I have been in movement spaces to show up and protect and preserve Black life, it has been led by Black queer youth. And that means that in this position, I have to make sure that those voices are continued to be uplifted, because they can't keep doing the dirty work without being protected by those of us in power in place to protect them. So so I want to sit on that for just a second, because Black, queer, and trans youth have really led movements in this city, in this county, in this state, that have changed conversations nationally. That's huge. And that's where I want to continue to take my leadership from youth, from young folks who are out here in the trenches every day, risking their lives, risking their health, both spiritually, mentally, physically, to show up for all of us. So the least we can do is return that same favor. So I make sure that as a Hennepin County Commissioner, I'm still showing up in the community. I'm still out there. I'm not locked away in a boardroom, making decisions on folks' behalf, because that's not how I was taught by the youth. I was taught that when you show up for everyone. So I make sure to be present for the same folks who have been present for all of us, to be present for everyone, regardless of your political ideologies, regardless of your age, ability, status, like just showing up and listening, showing up and taking feedback. And sometimes the feedback isn't positive, and that's okay. You got to be able to hear it and understand when people are frustrated at a system like Hennepin County that routinely strips Black children away from their families through the child protection system, and now you're the face of that. You have to be able to sit, be humble, and listen to the frustrations that community has had from institutions that take, and rarely give. So in this role, I show up humble, I show up ready to listen, and I show up ready to give back in ways that the county board has never given back before.
Can we just thank you, Commissioner Connolly, for showing up, for listening, staying humble, and just being accountable to your constituents. Like, I just appreciate hearing you talk about this work in that way. And then before we transition back to Trump, I have one more question. Because Hennepin County is both racially diverse and racially inequitable, right? And as commissioner, how have you worked to address racial disparities across various issues? And then going forward, what is still needed to be done?
So first things first, Hennepin County as an institution is a very old institution, right? So I mentioned that I was the first Black commissioner in 166 years of Hennepin County being a county, right? And when we talk about institutions like government, racism, again, is just embedded into everything. The Department of Corrections is under Hennepin County's governance. The Sheriff's Office, right? Our probation system, child protection system, all of these things historically have had racist roots. And so the first thing we have to do is say that. So I wrote a resolution last year that declared racism a public health crisis in Hennepin County, because racism literally kills people. It takes people's lives. This is not anything new. Medical journals have stated over and over again racism being a social determinant of health, right? And so it wasn't a decision that, my resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis wasn't something that was approved unanimously by the board. I had to fight for those 3 other votes besides mine. I had to really prove that racism was a thing. And that goes to show you sometimes what we're up against, but we did it. So what does it mean to declare racism a public health crisis in a county as big as Hennepin? It means that now we have called out that our institution is racist and has a historical context of being rooted in racism. So now we work to undo that racism. But you can't work to undo racism if you can't even call it what it is. So we had to do that step first. That's one thing. Another thing that I've done recently is invest $10 million into maternal health efforts for Black and Indigenous moms and birthing people. What that means is that now Black and Indigenous birthing people who have really, really horrible outcomes for survival of something like birth have ways that we're supporting financially more community-based holistic ways. I'm talking birthing centers. We're talking really focused efforts to keep Black and Indigenous birthing people healthy during a process that in, a society like the United States should be healthy and easy, right? But not for people who show up like me. I created the Race Equity Advisory Council because when I got to the board, the county was already talking about ways to reduce disparities in Hennepin County, being that Minnesota is one of the worst places to live for Black people and other people of color. Hennepin County being the epicenter of that. Hennepin County was already talking about disparity reduction, but they weren't talking about it with community. They weren't talking about it with regular residents, So I brought residents to that process by creating this council. That wasn't approved unanimously either, because when you talk about race with historically racist institutions, it doesn't go over very well, but we fight to make it go over well. And we did. So we have a group now that is made up of community members really invested in race equity, really invested in getting rid of racial injustice in our systems, now informing the board on how we move forward in that direction. That's huge. So I've made it my mission to incorporate racial justice in every decision that the county makes, every decision, which there's a lot of. But we have to tackle this, and we have to be honest and unapologetic about the ways that racism shows up and literally destroys people's lives. We're responsible for 1.3 million residents, and I want all of them to have the same quality of life that their white peers do, right? It's that simple. I want Black and Indigenous folks, I want people of color, I want newly arrived immigrants to be healthy in this county. And right now, overwhelmingly, we're just not. So I make it my overall goal, whether it's making sure that roads in the Bryant community where I live are safe for people to cross to get to the park across the street, making sure they're safe because that's a race equity issue, because it's in a predominantly Black neighborhood and people are speeding down this road. I'm working with transportation safety all the time to make sure that county roads in predominantly Black and brown communities are safe for us. When we talk about recycling and organics, I think about, okay, well, we've got a garbage burner that's located in a neighborhood that is predominantly Black and brown. So literally everything has a racial justice component in terms of county governance. And I make sure that I call that out and we address that in all that we do.
This is important. Thank you. Trav, we have not forgotten about you. So a little bit more history about you. So previously you worked as a policy associate at the Alliance for Metropolitan Stability. Can you talk, so how was your experience in policy, influenced your organizing, and then what lessons do you think policymakers could take from organizers?
Yeah, so my time at the Alliance was amazing. I, worked on policy advocacy, specifically on housing issues in both Minneapolis and St. Paul. And before that, I kind of grouped this in the same body of experiences. I studied urban planning at the Humphrey School, and I think that those experiences they're very academic, right? You kind of get in the weeds of things, you get in the details of policy, and sometimes the missing piece is talking to people who are most impacted by those potential policies to hear whether or not this would be something that actually impacts them, right? I think a lot of times there are ideas that come from the grass tops about what will help people, but without the lived experience, we don't actually know if that's what people need. So I think studying policy and advocating for it is actually really different from crafting it from the ground up. And I think that's what's really important about the campaign that we led, is that we didn't do this because someone told us, some elected official was like, this is the right solution. We did this because when we were advocating for tenant protections in St. Paul, renters were always asking us a really difficult question, which is there anything that protects me from my rent going up $500? And people didn't say the words rent control. They didn't say the words rent stabilization, right? Because we don't need the right words to describe what we're experiencing. Yep. But that's what they were saying. They wanted to be protected from egregious rent hikes. And that's how we came up with this, movement, to build this movement around rent stabilization, is because it was something that people had named that they needed, and a protection that everyone thought is really basic, right? Minimum wage is to labor as rent stabilization is to housing. We have to have some kind of basic protection. And I think that, learning about the policy and being in the academic side of things and talking to elected officials is always an important component of the work because it's critical to building good policy. But we also cannot forget what's not always taught, right? Which is that policy has to come from people who are going to be impacted by it. And it's not the right policy, even if you do all the research and talk to the right people, until you have, done the work to talk to community members about whether or not this is something they actually want and need.
I mean, it's pretty basic, right? Like, listen to the people who it's affected, right? And you can't just use data, but you also have to use the lived experiences, right? To really get the full, complete story of what's really happening. So thank you. So can you tell me more about your learnings from partnering with other women of color organizers and policymakers and leaders?
I think the most beautiful part of the campaign was seeing the support that organizers of color, specifically women of color and renters of color, are willing to provide one another that is not directly related to the campaign, right? It's people who are calling you up and saying, hey, I heard you had a rough day. How can we take care of you?
Yep.
It's renters organizing one another saying, hey, I saw that the landlord sent out an email to all of us about door knocking and talking to one another about this issue. Like, how can we support one another? I think that's what really stood out to me was the, even outside of the just campaign movement, right? It's the personal network, the community support that women of color are willing to step up and provide for one another. And I definitely want to uplift like Mitra Jalali, Nelsie Yang, and Mai Chong Zhang, who all are either elected or running for office, because those are the people that truly practice co-governance, right? Who truly are listening to what's happening on the ground, and are willing to take risks, right? Because rent stabilization, at least on the St. Paul City Council, was not a popular issue. But women of color, I think, have a much better do a much better job of really listening to what people are experiencing and saying. And that's why they came out to door knock with us. They came out to collect signatures with us. They, mobilized their volunteer bases to work on this campaign because they were willing to take risks with us. And at the end of the day, it wasn't a risk, right? Because the majority of voters decided that this was a winnable issue.
Yep.
So I think it's always that risk assessment, right? And women of color, I think, are the leaders that are willing to make what seem like really difficult choices, but at the end of the day, we know are the right choices.
Yep. Thank you for that. As you were speaking, I'm just like, women of color are always showing up, showing out, listening, taking care of folks. So it came to no surprise to me when you're saying these things, right? Can you speak to like what's next in policy? So we know that Twin Cities is still experiencing a crisis of affordable housing. So what's next for housing justice? How do you plan to engage with this work going forward?
Yeah, I think a big thing that we're focusing on over in St. Paul is implementation, right? Because passing a policy is always just the first step, and we have to make sure that the elected leaders who took an oath to be accountable to us as voters are really fulfilling that oath and implementing the policy that the voters voted on. I think right now there's just a lot of chaos and confusion that has been created out of nothing, right? Because there is no chaos and confusion on election night when the majority of voters voted on this. The chaos and confusion came as a reaction to what people thought was unwinnable. And now they have to swallow that and implement it. So I think, for us, it's really making sure that we uplift the will of the voters. The voters were not stupid when they voted on an ordinance, right? We talked about the policy. They knew exactly what it was. 3% annual rent cap, no exemptions, no vacancy decontrol. And oftentimes what's being talked about right now is just, the voters didn't know the details. They didn't really get it. And if you think about who came out to vote for rent stabilization, we won 6 out of the 7 wards. And the 6 wards.
Say that again.
We
for the people in the back. Okay.
That's right. that means that 6 out of the 7 council members in St. Paul should all be putting their 100% into implementing what their voters voted on. But a lot of the rhetoric right now is like, oh, people didn't know what they're talking about or what they're voting on. And that's, you know, inherently racist because the people who did come out to vote.
Yup.
Be quiet. I'm trying
Name it.
No.
Yes, say that.
But, right? Because the people who came out to vote for this were the voters were in wards that were more racially and economically diverse and had more renters. And so, you know, you talk about how to boost voter turnout is to put things on the ballot that people actually care about. And I think that's what we managed to do.
Bam. Thank you. You heard it here first at the Southside Summit. Connolly, I want to get you in on this too. So Minneapolis is in the midst of a housing crisis and has been for some time. So how have you pushed the county to address this crisis and ensure that everyone has a safe, stable home?
So first of all, just like all the things you just said, sis, because all the things, right? Now it's, oh, folks didn't really know what they were really getting into. Voters aren't stupid. And it's actually an insult to voters' intelligence to even insinuate that we didn't know what we were doing when we decided to pass rent stabilization in Minneapolis too, because we did. And we want that. Living proof is that, you know, my mother was priced out of her apartment in East Phillips that I spent the majority of my life in. Why? Because a new owner came in and kept jacking up the rent. Statute says all they have to do is give you 30 days notice, but they don't have a limit. They can raise your rent $500. So it's ridiculous. Folks know exactly what we're doing when we show up to the polls because we care about the issues, we're living them. So thank you for that. Thank you. Whew. And we've got a housing crisis on our hands. I'll give you 2 examples. Hennepin County runs the Hennepin County, the HRA, basically. It's our Housing and Redevelopment Authority. We've got millions and millions in there, right? For new development projects that are ready to be built in Hennepin, but developers are coming to us and tapping into different funding streams that we have, big funding streams, transit-oriented development fund. However, we now have a supportive housing incentive fund. One of the first things that I was able to do in 2019 was to help establish that fund, right? So we didn't have any housing buckets just for the type of housing we needed, frankly, which was 30% of the area median income, which is where most people need to live right now. That was designated for certain types of folks, right? People experiencing chronic homelessness, people with mental illnesses, people who might be differently abled and may not be able to access market rate housing that isn't accessible. So there was a problem getting the qualifications for the supportive housing incentive fund through the board. People were wondering, do we really need to put funding aside for these particular populations? But I was able to work with a colleague to narrow down the definitions, narrow down the criteria of what developers would need to do to tap into this money, and we got it approved. So now we have a supportive housing incentive fund, meaning that developers can tap into this money to give us more units of 30% AMI housing. And frankly, that's the gap of housing that we don't have. We have a lot of housing, a lot of rental units in Minneapolis that nobody can afford. We have a lot of really, really expensive condos that nobody can afford. It's really, really ridiculous. And we're also talking about larger families too. 3-4 bedroom units are really, really hard to come by. And if you can't come by them, they're going to cost you an arm and a leg, right? So that supportive housing incentive fund was one thing. I also last year worked with the HRA to change their policies to be better reflective of how we want to invest in housing. We hadn't updated our HRA policies in over 10 years. And so for me, it's about looking into some of those old antiquated documents and saying, let's revisit this. Let's bring it up to 2020, right, at the time, and make sure that developers who are coming to Hennepin County for funding know exactly what our priorities are. So now we have a document like that that exists. I was very instrumental in working with my board to get $75 million, okay? Because this is unprecedented, so I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. $75 million infused into housing, and that's everything from emergency shelter, that's 24 hours, 7 days a week. A couple years ago, 24-hour shelter was unheard of, right? Also to expand the capacity of emergency shelter, expand the capacity of supportive housing, and start new housing like single room occupancy. So we've been able to do that. Minneapolis has changed zoning laws so that single room occupancy housing can be a thing. Hennepin County now has one that we can point to as an example, because how you beat a housing crisis like this, first, you raise people's wages, first and foremost. But then you have to have a good variety of types of houses. Not everybody is going to fit into a 2-bedroom apartment. Not everybody can afford a 1-bedroom, but somebody who might have been experiencing homelessness for the last 5 years and has income but can't afford to live in the city can, with something like single room occupancy. I was really instrumental in creating the first ever shelter for people who identify as women, just that, because what I heard by listening to people who have experienced unsheltered homelessness and talking with them directly is a lot of people who are identifying as women are saying, I don't feel comfortable in co-ed shelter. I've been attacked and it's not safe. Things have happened. And so I said, let's build one then. Let's make sure that you're safe then. And so we did. But capacity is going to continue to be an issue. Folks need to have the raises waged, their wages raised. And we have to make sure that the amount of housing that's there isn't just limited to rental units, but also people can build wealth. So I've been looking at county land to see where can we build homes and make them affordable homes so that people can build wealth and not just rent, but also have home ownership opportunities. That involves working with organizations that are helping people find homes, especially focusing on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, making sure that we're able to have the same access to wealth building as our white counterparts, which historically we haven't. Minnesota is still very, very low on the list of places where housing equality is happening. So I want to make sure that Hennepin County is part of that work of wealth building. I have a board that's very open to wealth building opportunities, but that absolutely includes home ownership. And so where there's county land, we could build homes. We could put people in those homes who could build out equity, who could have housing stability, and we really, really make a dent in this crisis that we've been under for many, many years now that just continues to get worse.
Yeah. Did you want to ask her a question?
Yeah, I'd love to add to that a little bit. I think yes to everything that Commissioner Conley said, and then one thing that we are also going to continue pushing for in St. Paul is continued tenant protections to help balance the power imbalance that currently exists between landlords and tenants. For example, just cause is one policy that we really want to push for, which would mean that if a landlord were to give you a non-renewal of lease, they actually have to provide a reason, right? Because a lot of what we see right now is the reason is unspoken because you don't have to share a reason, but a lot of times it comes down to, you know, the landlord said your kids were loud one day, or the landlord says you have too many kids, and they would prefer someone to live there that is just a single person. A lot of times those non-renewals of leases are based on really racial discriminatory features of our housing market that have we have no control over right now. And so any policies like Just Cause that start to kind of chip away that power imbalance is really important. And I would also, encourage everyone to really think about, to not forget what happened on election day, not just with the victory, but who was on the opposition side. Because they spent over $4 million to fight us. $4 million.
Whoa.
That is unprecedented. That's like more than what was spent on, I think, both sides of the Yes on 2 charter amendment battle. That's insane, right? That just shows you how much profit has been able to been extracted from our neighborhoods through the power imbalance in our current
Yeah.
rental housing system.
Yep.
And so don't forget who is on the opposition side, because they will come back now and say, I have a solution, I have ideas. And we really have to question where they're coming from when they were able to pour millions of dollars into fighting us instead of pouring those millions of dollars into actually building deeply affordable housing.
I have two follow-up questions for the both of you, but I want to stay here and ask around, like, how are you educating the community about, like, their tenant protection rights? Because that's really important, right? Like, we got this passed, we want to make sure that these protections stay in place, right? So how do we, like, let people know, like, you have rights?
Yeah. I think the best way to start, and what we're really doing, is relying on our partners, our organizational partners who have boots on the ground. So I think of the Westside Community Organization, WESCO, as one of our just incredible allies in that sense, because they have, and Monica Bravo, shout out to Monica, who is executive director there. She's incredible. They have such strong and robust community connections. Everyone knows who Wesco is, whether you're a homeowner or
I know that.
yeah, exactly. Everyone knows who Wesco is, and that's the best way to share that information, right? They're door knocking all the time. Whether or not there's something to door knock about, it's really just to check in on people. And I think that's the best way to spread information. I mean, obviously we have those, social media is important, but I think the most important piece is trusted community members who are talking to one another and saying, hey, did you hear about this? There's a new change. We can rely on each other to report when things happen, whether it's a rent hike over 10%, whether it's a habitability issue and your landlord's not getting anything fixed. Like, it can be really scary to be that one person that's submitting that letter, right? That's like, hey, I have demands around livability of my apartment, and I deserve to, I, with the law, have the backing to demand these. But with other people in your building, with other people in your community, with an organization like Wesco or other organizations behind you, you can feel that strength to demand what's ours.
Absolutely. And then, Commissioner Connolly, you spoke about Hennepin County having land, and potentially using that land, that vacancy land, as ways to increase affordable housing. Can you just tell me, like, or estimate, like, how much land potentially could be up for grabs as an opportunity?
Well, so here's the thing is we've got a lot. There's two pieces to that, right? There's tax forfeited land. And I actually worked really hard with our staff to make sure that we had enough navigators. What happens is when people can't afford their property taxes, a lot of residential homes, right? They are at risk of tax forfeiture, meaning that they could lose their homes. So I said, well, first things first, let's make sure we have resources for people to stay in their homes, get caught up on their taxes. We don't need more people out on the streets. So invested into that, right? But there is county tax forfeited land. There's surplus land. And what surplus land is I'll give you an example. When we're building out our light rail systems, right? We're building of them along these corridors, but we have a lot of land in that. Whatever we don't use is considered surplus, and we often sit on that. What an example of how we've been able to use that surplus land to support feeding community is on the south side, right along the Greenway. So along 29th Street, where the bridges cross the Greenway, we're talking 16th, 14th Avenue, 15th Avenue. There's excess land off of those bridges that we've been able to give to community who are now who are now using it for urban farming. So there's a group out there that have planted food, fruits, veggies, all kinds of good stuff. The land is all clean and it's all full of food. More of that, right? So there's ways in which we can use surplus land. It's just land that's left over from spaces that the county has purchased to do a thing. We did a thing and we had land left over, right? I really want to look at that land as reparative, as hashtag land back. Let's make sure that we're preserving land for a community that wants to use it for things like feeding each other. But there's also these tax forfeited properties that sit empty for years. We all have seen boarded up homes or boarded up buildings that have just been sitting around for as long as we can remember. We used to be in the practice of selling land, selling, lots to the city of Minneapolis. For like $1, we stopped that. But a lot of that land still stays vacant. And it doesn't make sense to me that we just let that go. So one of the things that I'm looking into is we've got a productive day program where people who are involved in our justice system can participate in what's called the Productive Day program, where they're going out and they're rehabbing homes or rehabbing buildings or building homes. We could use that as a program to not only maybe build homes that those folks could potentially own themselves, but build a stock of homes that have been left in disrepair for years to turn into housing that actually works for people that actually works for people and that's accessible and people can afford. So I just think that those possibilities are endless when it comes to looking at, there's a whole list, there's a several page document of land that is currently just not in use that we're just sitting on. Oftentimes through an agenda item during one of our board meetings, we'll see where we're transferring surplus land to another entity. We just did that for a project that's going to be developed in another part of the county. So yes, I see a lot of opportunity here. What's great is that the staff and resident and real estate services are on board with the idea. We like it. But I want to do fruit trees on some of the land that's surplus that may not be big enough to build a house, but I want to think about different ways to utilize what is currently under county ownership.
Innovative, thinking outside the box, right? We have solutions to what we're experiencing in community. So thank you. Before I open up the questions for both of you, I have one more for you, Commissioner Connolly. Last year, Minneapolis was shaken by the first COVID-19 pandemic and then the murder of Mr. George Floyd. Can you speak to how these events shaped your priorities as a county commissioner? And then as well as how did you navigate decision making with your commissioner colleagues on urgent issues?
Of anything else to do but to be out with community for months, and I was. It brought a sense of urgency to my work. I knew that as a representative of this community, that I had to bring what the community was saying to each and every board meeting. I had to bring what community was saying to each and every time someone reached out for an interview. I had to do that. And it wasn't difficult because what community was saying is what I was saying, which was we need justice. We need justice and we need it right now. We need to rebuild our community. Hennepin County was instrumental in getting funds to Lake Street to help rebuild spaces that as a kid, I used to walk around and hang out in until the streetlights came on. So very traumatic, but it was important to be in healing spaces with community. Everything changed in terms of how I looked at my leadership role on the county board. It meant that all of those American Rescue Plan dollars, and at the time, 2020, it was CARES funding that came from the government first, that they were targeted toward one, making sure that folks were still safe while we were waiting on the vaccine, whole different world than we're in right now, right? And making sure that folks had the support. So every time there was a community meeting, every time that folks were gathering at 38th in Chicago, I was there for days, often, without sleeping, without eating. Earlier in the summit conversation around self-care, and I really appreciated that because that's something that I kind of took for granted. A lot of people did, because we were acting on adrenaline. We were acting on the trauma response that happens when something like a murder seen across the globe happens right outside of your door. So it made my work that much more urgent. I was already thinking about the racism declaration before George Floyd was murdered, but it made it just that more intense, that racism kills people. And as someone who has really prioritized public health in this work, I chair the Health and Human Services Committee. It only made sense that we call that out. I knew I wasn't going to get unanimous votes, but we call it out. We do it so that we can get to work, and that we can get to work in ways that really benefit the people who are out there risking their lives just by showing up in Black bodies. That's risking your life in some instances. So it proved to me how urgent this work is, on top of what we were already trying to maneuver around in terms of the pandemic, in terms of our children now under our roof, learning from home, and whether or not parents had the capacity to do that, making sure that the county was making funds available for technology for youth who were trying to get to school but didn't have Wi-Fi, didn't have laptops. I mean, we were all just moving around in this sort of chaos, organized chaos in a way. But my focus was really always on the well-being of our community, making sure that sometimes at the expense of my own, just going to be transparent. But it felt like a duty of mine to make sure that our communities had access to uplift their own well-being in a time where everything was chaotic and everything was unknown. We were living in just these moments of unknown, and in some ways we still are. So that work continues to carry over.
How did you navigate some of these decisions with your colleagues? How did you do that? Dig deep.
I missed part of that.
Oh, how did you navigate some of the decision-making pieces with your colleagues during that time?
Whew. It was hard. It was very hard. But I had to be honest with myself that I knew my colleagues were not all going to agree with how we address something like trying to push the county to address racism within itself. Because I had colleagues who had been on the board for many, 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 many years, and were very, very institutionalized, very used to a certain way of doing things, right? And here is this newly elected, unapologetically Black commissioner making us talk about racism. So I stood firm in my truth, right? I researched who and how folks would vote no. I didn't give opportunities to let things linger. What happens is when you produce something like a declaration of racism, it can be passed back to staff. It can be moved to a different meeting or pushed away. The day I introduced it was the day I wanted to get it approved. Racism waits for it's there. We don't need to wait to find out what other municipalities are doing. We need to just do it. So again, it's operating with a sense of urgency and standing firm, knowing who would be, not supportive of what I was bringing forward, being okay with that, because when you are operating in your truth, you know that there's going to be opposition, especially when that truth is just extremely uncomfortable for folks. I and my community do not have time for someone to be comfortable. If you're uncomfortable, that's great. That means what we're doing is working. You're just going to have to squirm a little bit because we're not going to wait for you. Racism killing folks every day. It doesn't wait for people. It happens. That's how racism moves. So we can't wait. So again, how I did that was really standing firm on my values, because I know that my values were reflective of the community's values, because I had been standing with community every day since the 25th of May, knowing what it is that they wanted me to do.
Thank you for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 2 more questions, and these questions are for the both of you, and on the lines around self-care, right? So how do you ensure that your work is sustainable, and how do you prevent or respond to burnout? And either one of you can respond.
I think, oh gosh, I feel like self-care is one of those things that we always have to be working on, and I admit that I'm not good at taking care of myself, but I'm trying to get better at letting others take care of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what women of color do so well, right?
Yep.
They're like, what do you need? Well, we'll take care of one another. And I think that's one way that I've been learning to do more self-care, is actually just like break down the walls and let other people do it for me, right? Because I'm also much better at like taking care of other people than I am myself. And also shout out to my partner Simon, who made sure I was eating and drinking water and not wearing the same outfit to interviews every day, right? Like those
Shout out
are
to
real
Simon.
things. Yeah, exactly. Campaign partners are a big deal, and also just dealing with not seeing me for like a few months, right? But yeah, I think self-care is one of those things that I'm always going to struggle with. But I think knowing that we have a community of care is what gets me through it, because people will, they're going to call me and be like, put away your laptop. Do not respond to emails this late at night. And I can listen to that. But if I'm trying to push myself to work, I will not listen to myself telling me that. Yeah.
Okay, all of that, because I have never been good at self-care. I'm just going to be very, very frank and honest. I have been a single mother for many, many years, and I've always had to do all the things. Women of color, we always have to do all the things. There's a phrase that starts with an expletive that I won't say, but it's kind of like, screw it, I'll do it. It's this mentality of nothing's getting done the way it needs to be done, so I guess I got to do it. But I learned the hard way. Now, I talked about how 2022 or 2020 was difficult on me because of a number of different things happening right outside my door, but personal tragedies happened at the same time. And so I had a circle of people who wrapped around me, because I wasn't going to wrap around myself, who wrapped around me and told me to stop. When I started this conversation, I said that I led from a place of service, and I felt that I have been called to serve. Often that is at the detriment of my own self-care. And I realize that now. I'm owning that, okay? I'm owning that. And I'm letting people tell me to sit down, to drink some water, to eat something, to get sleep. I'm letting people do that. Yeah, it's something I didn't do before, right? And it's not because I feel like I can save the world. Sometimes I'm a social worker, so we often sometimes just think like that. But it's I let people care for me at the end of a very traumatic year. And they did so in such a beautiful and loving and meaningful way. And they still do. And they check in. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. We are in a habit. It's part Minnesotan and it's part just what we do, is when people say, hey, how are you? You say, I'm good. How are you? And you're really not good. But I think more and more of us are starting to recognize that we don't have to say we're good. And you don't have to ask if, we don't have to say we're good when we're not good. So what's been really helpful for me is having a circle of people who love and care about me and who want to see me standing and not bent over and burnt out, because this work can absolutely do that to you quick. It can eat you up and just spit you out. And I don't have to be strong all the time. I can be vulnerable, and I can be weak with people who love and care about me. And that's great. That's good. That's not a bad thing. And I'm drinking lots and lots and lots of water, and it's good. And I love asking people if they're drinking their water, because that's stuff like anyone will tell you. Have you talked to Angela? Yeah, she asked me if I drank my water today. I love doing that, because we got to stay hydrated. We got to take care of these bodies. We only got one of them. So that's how I'm trying to continue to do it. But it's like you said, self-care is this lifelong journey that we're all just kind of on. And it can be something like going to bed at 8 o'clock. It can be something like what I like to do, which is binge watch Stranger Things. It can be painting your nails or going to the spa. It's whatever just makes you feel good. And we got to just keep learning how to do that for ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then my final question for the both of you is, what's one thing that you want to tell a young, inspired, young person out here that's trying to step into their own leadership, their own power, that's trying to lead and do some amazing work? What's one piece of advice that you would love to give to them?
I'll go. I can totally listen. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you're not ready to do something that you know in your gut you were called to do or that you were meant to do. Okay. Don't ever let anyone doubt your own fire and your own power that you know you have. Because if you let someone else doubt just a little bit, you start to doubt. And you are your biggest advocate. You are your strongest person. You are your bestest friend in this work. If you know that it is wrong that someone is outside on the street sleeping in a tent, and you know that you want to do something about it, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You do something about it. Reach out to people that you admire who are doing what you're passionate about and sit down with them and talk to them and learn from them and like be in spaces with them and catch all that really, really good energy because it's good for you. But I had so many people tell me that, a race equity advisory council, that's never going to pass. Racism as public health, that's never going to pass the board. You winning this election, that's never going to happen. You're never going to win. Wait your turn, sit down. People are going to be negative when you care about something, and you have to be very, 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 very clear with yourself that any of that negativity has absolutely no place in your life, in your psyche. Do not let it permeate. Do not let it enter. Do not enter, right? No negative vibes. We're all about positivity, and uplift your own self, right? Uplift yourself because this work can pull you down. It's heavy, but it's important work. And you've got some really, really, really amazing people who are in this movement doing this work. You are valued and you are loved. So if you're watching this and listening to this right now, and somebody said something negative to you, Angela Conley just said that wasn't true. So don't listen to any of it. Move in your truth and don't ever, ever waver from your truth. Stand firm in it because only you can speak your truth. I could keep going, but I'm going to stop right there because I know that you're going to say something powerful. Go for it.
I will second that and also say surround yourself with good people.
Yeah.
I think that's what helped me survive this campaign. And this campaign really taught me that young people are doing the work, right? Young people are the ones door knocking. Even if it's their first time ever door knocking, they're like, "Oh, I get the butterflies in my stomach." Like that's what everyone's doing is especially young people are stepping out of their comfort zone, being brave, and I think what empowers us to do that is surrounding ourselves with good people. People who are going to be like, "Yeah, I'll door knock with you," or people who, are going to back you up when you feel nervous, are going to tell you that you're making the right decision when you feel like it's risky. That is so important because I can't tell you how many times I was like on a panel where, you're surrounded by people who they have good intentions asking you questions about a policy, but really they're just there to like shut you down. And having an ally be in a meeting just like chatting me up, being like, "You're doing great, you can do this." Like surround yourself with the right people. And then one last thing I'll say is like don't ever get discouraged if you try something and are like, "Actually, that's not my thing," right?
Yep.
I was a bio major in college, and now I'm like running a campaign, right? These are just like, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm still like a biology nerd, but those are super unrelated. So, whether you're entering like a teaching space and you're like, "Oh, you know what? That's not for me. I'm going to try like climate justice," or, whatever it is, not every organizing space is going to be perfect for you, but you can find one that really connects with you. And it just takes a little bit of testing out. And the beautiful thing about the Twin Cities is that there are so many incredible spaces that are really inclusive and open to people who, want to participate really deeply or just sit and kind of see what's happening and gauge how the space is feeling. So try all of those out, and don't ever feel like oh, this one didn't work out, I better just stop and go back to the private sector or something, because that's no. Just kidding. Not hitting on the private sector.
Well, I just want to say and express my deep gratitude for the both of you. This conversation was amazing. I could just get to sit here and hang out and chit chat. And the things that I heard from us, right? Like racism is killing us. It's killing Black and brown folks, and in all of these crazy systems, government, housing, and health disparities, maternal health, and we can't wait. I also heard that we need to stay present, right? We need to check in with folks. We need to continue to stay present, right? And be in relationships with folks in community. And lastly, continue to uplift the voices of people pushed to the margins, and continue to support our amazing women of color leaders in community. Y'all are killing it. And I'm just so grateful for you both. So with that, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank
What an
you.
honor
Good to
be
see you.
next to Commissioner Conley.
Right? Can we get a picture? Oh. Thank you.
To the shot guys, so Tabitha Montgomery, Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association, to thank everyone who has joined us over this 2-day. It started on Wednesday, and I'm gonna run down the list so that I don't forget anybody. So because we are so deeply grateful for everyone who took the time to contribute their voice and their perspective to our second annual Southside Summit. So we kicked it off hearing from Asale Soul Young over at Urban Homeworks, and with Alicia D. Smith over at the Corcoran Neighborhood Association, who just recently was elected as an at-large commissioner for MPRB. That's right, Snaps Up. And certainly that was beautifully moderated by Elaine Rasmussen, who is the founder and CEO of Social Impact Strategies Group. And so that's who held us down on Wednesday. And then we came in today like gangbusters, and Josna Harris, who is just all things beautiful and wonderful, and hopefully will be a lifelong partner in our work and in our community, and Kanani Omar over at the Harrison Neighborhood Organization, and Candace Montgomery with Black Visions. And super shout out to Shay Cage, whose schedule didn't allow them to be here, but certainly she is all things wonderful and talented and amazing. And certainly we look forward to other opportunities to be in space with her in the future. And certainly this last group of women did not disappoint. So to the illustrious and incomparable LaCora Bradford-Kessie, you have my deepest appreciation. And Trom holding it down, making rent stabilization a reality in my city, St. Paul. I just happened to moonlight over here in Minneapolis, you know what I mean? And truly, Commissioner Connolly, guys, I'm not even gonna go into the details of the email that I got from her staff about how life has showed up in her world and in her circle just this week, and yet still emailed back and said, I can make this work. If I can be there virtually, you still have me. And so for that, you have my deepest gratitude to still make time for such a community-centered body of work. So all that to say, we have amazing, phenomenal women here in the Twin Cities, in these United States. And there's so many more like them. And I think that what I would ask of everybody who is listening, if there was something that you heard that was interesting or compelling, or that you completely disagreed with, just understand that we, even in all of our identities, need one another. And so before you shut down, or before you believe that you have the answers, think about how in your space and in your work and in your role, you can learn from not only those in your circle, but those outside of your circle, because that is what we are attempting to do every day. And so with that, and last shout out to the Powderhorn Park Neighborhood Association's Board of Directors, and definitely all the leadership here at Pillsbury United Communities, and specifically Pillsbury House and Theater. You have our deepest appreciation for allowing us to be in your space. And least I forget, Aaron Fisk Raditz, who is off camera. Let's give it up. I want to hear it. Who is changing the game in terms of how small nonprofits like us, who can show up and look somewhat pulled together in the online space, we would not have been able to do it without Aaron Fisk Raditz. We can certainly get you his contact information if you are interested. And then there it is, guys. We have an amazing staff over at PPNA, and I've said their names a couple of different times. And I will end with this. To Ashley, to Julia, to Christina, and to Hannah, it is my life's gift to work alongside you. Thank you. And until next time, all those out there and wherever you're at land, we appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us this afternoon. Be well. Thank you.
Thank you.